Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, October 28th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, Vice Chair. In the room with me is also Commissioner Patty Clapper, our County Manager John Peacock, and our wonderful IT staff Terry Anderson and Andrew Schumacher helping us with the Zoom. And joining from home is our Chair Steve Child, Commissioners Greg Poshman and George Newman, and our staff to help us through our agenda today. So I will turn the meeting over to our Chair Steve Child to run.
Welcome, everybody. First of all, I know there are some changes to the agenda, and John Peacock, could you go through those two items?
I'm aware of one of them, so I'm hoping there's just
We
one,
know the
Steve.
other. There's two.
Oh, there is two. Okay, so I'll need someone else to help me out. We do have a proposed addition to the agenda, which is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, approving a ban of firearms in county-owned buildings and any Pickens County voter service and polling center to be added to the agenda. This would be a one-read resolution, and so would recommend adding that under individual consideration items. I would note, I think Janice is here for public comment, so if the board were inclined to add that earlier, Janice may be able to make some comments on this also. And that'd be under individual consideration items, and it's a one read.
So, John, is this an emergency resolution?
No, John Ely had indicated that it could be adopted as a single read. I believe John might be on the phone. I believe he worked with Janice and Kathy Lutzkin, our new risk manager, on the resolution, and that should have been distributed.
I don't have it.
No?
I haven't seen it.
Okay, well, we'll have to pull it up on the screen for you then.
But I would have thought it would have been kind of like the same thing we do with the alcohol thing at X Games, that we do an emergency reso
Yeah.
and confirmatory after the fact.
John Ely, are you on?
And
I think our correspondence, our conversation yesterday was that this could be added as a single read resolution. Is that correct?
Yep.
I
Did
think
he
that
say
was a yes.
so should we make it item number 2 then? I think making it item number 2 would be good. Not a consent item, but a separate category. It's not a consent item, but so let's make that item number 2.
How about 2A?
The other 2A,
How about 1A?
2A, 1A. Let's just call it 1A. But it's not a consent item.
Correct.
Well, we pull it off.
Second item is a land use public hearing. The Rosemary Circle application is, the applicants are asking to continue that to January 27th. And Suzanne Wolf suggested that we make that, switch that with the closer investments application so we could dispense with the Rosemary Circle quickly, and then all the people there for the closer one wouldn't have to wait. Let's see, for the Rosemary Circle people wouldn't have to wait until we go through the closer application. So that would then be making that Rosemary Circle item 9 and making the closer one item number 10.
I will make
Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to
Go
make that addition and amendment to today's agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion from the board? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Now is time time for public comments. These will be limited to 3 minutes per person, and this is your opportunity to speak about items which are not on the agenda later on.
Hey, Steve, can we
So
check
is
in
there
with,
anyone from the-
do you mind if we check in with Janice if she wants to do her public comment now or with her item?
Okay, I thought I heard you say hi to her. Let's have Janice first. Members of the public can call into the number that's listed on the grassroots screen. It's also listed at the top of our agenda, which is posted on the county website. So, Janice, why don't you talk about the election right now?
Steve, thank you. This is Janice Velasco-Caudill. I'm the Picken County Clerk and Recorder. Can you hear me all right? Okay, I got a nod.
Here.
So I would like to give you an update on the election, which is, Election Day is next Tuesday. And as of last night or early this morning, we have a cast ballot count of over 7,600. And that is over 70% of our highest turnout, which Kelly, you know, was in 2016. Now, I haven't gone back to the 1800s, but this is recent history. And I want to thank our community for returning their ballots early because it allows our judges time to process the ballots, do signature verification, bipartisan teams, allows people time to cure their ballot if both judges deem the signature deficiency, or there's no ID included, which was required, or there's a missing signature. So it allows the community to cure their ballot as well. So thank you, everyone, for helping us and returning your ballots early. If you would like to vote in person, we have early voting at the Aspen Jewish Community Center, and that is going on now. We've had turnouts higher than history this past week. We are open the rest of this week, 8:30 to 4:30, and Saturday from 10 to 2, and Monday before Election Day from 8:30 to 4:30 at the Aspen Jewish Center. And on Election Day, and I would encourage everyone to vote early, to avoid lines on Election Day, to be healthy and consider your neighbors, be safe. But if you need to vote on Election Day, the Aspen Jewish Community Center will be open from 7 to 7, as well as Snowmass Town Hall, along with the BOCC Library from 7 to 7. But again, we even have on every mail ballot sent out, please vote your mail ballot. Please use the drop box. As of Monday, our office cannot mail you a ballot anymore, so you'd have to go to early voting. So I would use that rule of thumb in turn also. At this point in time, don't mail your ballot back to us. I can't assure you that we'll receive it by next Tuesday before 7 o'clock p.m. So use a drop box 24/7, which is in front of the Picken County Administration Building, as well as the Snowmass Town Hall and the BOCC Town Hall. Those are open 24/7 with surveillance cameras, and we collect them now daily and collect them throughout the day on Monday and Tuesday. So it's safe, it's secure, it's convenient.
What about the Aspen Village Fire Station? Is that
Thank you.
open?
So additional drop-off locations that we will have a team of bipartisan judges manning all day is on Monday at the fire station, the Aspen Village Fire Station from 8 to 5. And on Tuesday, we'll have 2 locations where election judges are mailing. Again, at the Aspen Village Fire Station, and in Redstone, the church at Redstone as well. So we'll have multiple locations to drop, and we'll collect throughout the day. All right. Now, if you're interested in election turnouts on Election Day, and they should be strong, because we'll have well over 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 ballots counted by then. Shortly after 7 p.m., we will upload to pickinvotes.com. We'll actually upload to the Secretary of State's election night reporting system. But we'll have a link at pickinvotes.com, so you can see what's going on statewide, regionally, with your representatives, House reps, and your Senate, as well as locally for all your local races in Picken County. Again, we will upload shortly after 9 o'clock. And we will upload at the end of the night, and I'm being optimistic that we will finish at the end of the night. If we do not, we will count into the next day. Most all counties in Colorado brace to count into the next day. And we'll indicate that on our website, our activity for the community. All right. I think that covers everything, unless anyone has any questions.
Steve, can I? Oh, he can't see me, so.
Patty.
Yeah, so Janice, people can still come here to the county administration building, to the door, between the police station and the main door to the administration building, and get a replacement ballot?
Sure can. You can come to our office and register to vote if you'd like. Buzz the door right off the street. There are signs that say voter registration and mail ballot replacement. One of our staff will come out and assist you with registration and/or a mail ballot replacement. So we're happy to do that. Otherwise, the Aspen Jewish Center just up the street. Okay, and on election day at the Vote Center at Town Hall, Snowmass, as well as Basalt Library.
And if people are not currently registered to vote, they can register on election day?
They sure can. So the requirements in Colorado are you have to have lived in Colorado for 22 days or more, be 18 and a U.S. citizen. So you can register up until and on election day up until 7 o'clock if you're there physically at a VSPC.
And if you have been registered in another, just so people know the security issue, if you're registered in Douglas County and got your ballot and mailed it and voted in Douglas County, but then came up here, you can only vote once, just so people know.
Right, and you can drop your mail ballot in any drop box in Colorado, a county clerk's 24/7 surveillance. What's important to know is we date stamp it the day you dropped it, so now you know it has been documented when you dropped it. But we have until 8 days after the election to process all our cures, to get everything to the right county, et cetera. So there is time after the election to receive a date stamped on or before election day and continue after the election to process everything.
good to
So
know.
the totals on election night actually aren't the official abstract. We have up until 8 days to cure your ballot. If it's signature deficient, for clerks to send ballots to the correct county, process provisional ballots, et cetera.
And how well are people doing so far as their signatures on the back of their
You know, I've
envelopes?
never seen this before in my tenure, is registration started early this year in August. Have never seen that. Inquiry about registration. People are calling us for the first time wanting to see their signature on file.
Whoa.
People are signing their full names instead of their initials. So people are very astute. There's a lot of energy on doing it right, and we're receiving a lot of phone calls and emails. What do we do? What do we need to do for you? And I think that's demonstrated in the outcome already with receiving over 70% of the mail ballots back. And we hope that people continue to return their ballots early because we want to do a good job for you. We want to be able to give you the outcomes as early as possible. So if the community helps with that, we appreciate it.
That's really good to hear. I'm proud of our community for doing that.
I had just spoke to one of the reporters before I walked in here, and he says, "What do you think the outcome will be?" And I said, "I'm braced for 12,000. He said, "Why?" And I think it's based on knowing over the last 15 years incrementally, we have always increased registration and turnouts. I think the environment, there's a lot of energy with this election, as well as COVID. So there are many different factors that are playing into it. So we sent out 13,400 active mail ballots. I am braced for approximately 12,000. So
That would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great.
thank you for your time. I hope I've answered
No,
community
thank you,
questions.
Janice. We appreciate your hard work.
Okay,
Budget.
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, next
Right.
week this time, we'll be done.
Thanks, thank you.
Thank
Are
you.
you going to stick around for the temporary?
You want me to?
Yes, please.
Okay.
We'll get to it shortly.
Okay, thank you, Janice. Now, are there any people on the phone who would like to make a public comment? Right now, I'm seeing two people on the phone. One is Doug Pratt, who's probably here for one application later on. The other one is a phone number ending in 0338. And that person, if you wish to make a comment, if you could unmute your phone
Hit star
and let us
6.
know.
Hello, I'd like to make a public comment, please.
Okay, could you state your name, please?
Yes, this is Natasha Kyler with RES regarding the Picken Solar Project.
Hi, Natasha.
Hello, how are you?
Fine, this is Steve Child, Chairman. We've met before.
Hello, Stu Child, Chairman. Hello, everybody else. I just wanted to provide a
Go
quick
ahead, Natasha.
I wanted to provide a quick update on the Pickens Solar Project. I wanted to say that things are progressing. We've had some delays and also some successes in advancing the project recently. We have met several important milestones, and the project is now owned by a company called Primergy, who will be taking the solar project through permitting and construction. We had a site visit last week. It was successful. We had all the major stakeholders there, including myself and Primergy, Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District, Holy Cross Energy, as well as Pickens County. In 3 weeks, you are going to hear from Primergy, and that's because the project has come up upon its first annual review with the BOCC. So they will be able to provide you a more comprehensive update at that time. I did have one item that I wanted to bring to your attention today. I wanted to solicit your help on a couple documents that are sitting with the county for signature. So 2 months ago, at a BOCC meeting similar to this one, this board voted unanimously to accept 2 different versions of a conservation easement that was being granted from the Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District. So 2 months ago, on August 26th, you voted unanimously to accept both of those versions of that conservation easement. And the counterparty, Aspen San, has provided their signed documents on the escrow agreement as well as the 2 different versions of the conservation easement. And since August, we've been following up on this matter, and last week, Commissioner Steve Child actually signed off on the escrow agreement that is intended to hold those 2 versions in escrow. And I got some help from Jeanette and Julia in your office. They were very helpful in providing that, and so we thank you for that. The one thing that I don't have as of today are the 2 signed documents of the conservation easement itself, and so we've been following up on this, but for whatever reason, we don't have those easement documents yet. They were the attachments. And so, per the letter of the agreement, the county has 60 more days from the time of the signing, which was last week, to sign it. But since that was 10 days ago, that would mean another possible 50 days or another 2 months passing before we get those. And as you can imagine, we're here to wrap this up now. So my request is simply if the appropriate person could sign off on those documents and give them back, not even to me, but to the escrow agent, which is the law firm Baker Hostetler. And so I acknowledge that you're dealing with all types of other issues. It's a very crazy world out there. I know that we're not your most pressing priority, but we want to be clear that we're not asking for anything new. We're not asking for anything different from the agreements we've entered. You've already voted on the measure. We're just simply asking if you could please provide those signatures on the agreements that we made over the summer. And so, yeah, that's basically it. It's entirely possible that other small things like this will come up, but that is the only thing I wanted to ask you at this time. So thank you in advance for your responsiveness to this and other requests and for your support of the project. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Natasha, and we will follow up on that and make sure that, sometimes these documents get lost in DocuSign documents have been sometimes signed and then they disappear and don't get to the appropriate place. Doesn't happen very often, but we will follow up on that and make sure we get that done. And Ryan Neely is on our meeting right now, the Zoom meeting, and he'd be the one I think could be doing the legwork, finding out what happened to that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to make a public comment at this time? And I just see Doug Pratt's name on the phone. So I think I will close the public comment period at this time and go to the commissioners for commissioner comments. Don't all speak at once.
Steve, I have my hand up.
No, Patty was ahead of me there, Steve, but I'll go after her.
I just slammed my hand. Yeah, I'm going to be brief. First of all, I want to thank everybody for voting early, for being so conscientious about their signatures and getting their ballots to the right place. We really appreciate that as a county, as a state, and as a country. So please continue until Election Day next Tuesday. The other thing I have to say, and I'm going to be very careful in this so people know, I am a Rockies baseball fan, but last night I was a Go Dodgers fan. First time they won a World Series since 1988. I was born a mile from Dodger Stadium. My mother was born and raised right there in downtown LA. And at 95, she was whooping it up last night, having hot dogs. I think she skipped the beer, but she did have her Dodger dog. So I want to congratulate the Dodgers for last night, winning the World Series. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Great, Steve. I just wanted to report in. I gave testimony this morning on behalf of Pitkin County and CC4CA, the Colorado Communities for Climate Action, at the state governor-appointed Clean Air Commission on clean trucks, and the testimony really was about just that light or medium weight and heavy duty trucks are only about 6% of our vehicle fleet that are on the roads today, but they contribute about 23% of greenhouse gas emissions. And so I basically went on to support what the commission's work as they're moving forward. They have very ambitious goals to be at 50% of our current greenhouse gas emissions by 2035 and then 90% by 2050. That's going to take all hands on deck to do it, and certainly cleaning up and moving more to electric vehicle fleets with trucks has something to do with it. Specifically, I talked about, big trucks come and they'll idle. They'll park at the market or wherever they're unloading and they just leave it idling. Or maybe the driver's taking a nap and he's got the heater on and the motor's running. Some of these trucks are actually at altitude, especially, are so inefficient at altitude that they can release more greenhouse gases than a truck that's actually in motion on the road in use. So it is a problem. It's a big problem, and it's something we can fix. I think our cities are elevation that have temperature inversions, like we see in Denver and the Front Range also, really could benefit from the electrification of the fleets. So I just wanted to say we did that. Several community elected officials weighed in at the hearing this morning, and I think it went well. And I can be most optimistic when I report that industry leaders that represent the trucking industry were weighing in as well in favor of seeing things clean up. So I didn't hear any strong opposition from industry here, and that was gratifying. Thanks.
Thank you, Greg. Kelly?
Thanks, Greg, for doing that. I appreciate it. I just want to encourage everyone to have a safe Halloween this weekend. Halloween on a Saturday is always really fun and a big holiday in our community. And just a couple of tips for everyone to stay safe and healthy. There's plenty of activities you can do with your family. Have a Halloween night at home, walk around your neighborhood, look at decorated houses. If you're trick-or-treating, everyone's encouraged to stay in your own neighborhood and not visit other neighborhoods. Wear COVID masks if you're both handing out candy and collecting candy. And with regards to trick-or-treating, avoid communal candy bowls. Figure out a way to pass out candy from 6 feet away. There's lots of fun ways you can do that. You can use a tube, you can slingshot candy, you can put out individual goodie bags, which is what we'll be doing at my house. And, incorporating masks into your costume. Your Halloween rubber masks don't cut it. You still need to have a COVID mask. And the point is just to keep staying 6 feet away, whether you're giving or getting candy, and when you run into your neighbors. And of course, no house parties. We have limitations. Our governor has put into effect an order where gatherings are still limited to 10 and no more than 2 individual households. And we are seeing that our informal gatherings are causing COVID cases to rise in Pitkin County. So skip the house party this year, which I know we'll have big parties in the future. So I hope everyone has a safe and healthy Halloween. Our website, covid19.pitkincounty.com/Halloween, has some really great tips and really great ideas if you're looking for alternative ways to celebrate this Saturday.
Thank you, Kelly. I will make a couple of comments. There have been a couple of pretty horrific traffic accidents recently. One young man was killed on a motorcycle accident on Lower River Road, traveling at a high rate of speed and missed a corner. There was also an accident during rush hour below BOCC. We're getting to that time of the year when the sun lines up right along Highway 82 in the morning and really blinds people from being able to see clearly in front of themselves going up valley during morning rush hour. And I want everyone to please be sure that you have adequate tires for icy and snowy conditions during the winter time, and also that you drive a little bit more slowly and really be vigilant for when the sun gets in your eyes, that you're not following somebody else too closely at a high rate of speed, because that's when accidents can happen really quickly and ruins not just your day, but everyone else who is behind you trying to get to work or to skiing or whatever that day. Also, I'm upset the Brooklyn Dodgers left Brooklyn years ago, Patty, and I've kind of been mad at the LA Dodgers ever since then. So, since the LA Dodgers are a rival of the Rockies, I'd rather have the Rockies win the World Series than the LA Dodgers, because the Rockies have never won. So just wanted to get a word in for the Brooklyn Dodgers and the Colorado Rockies. Okay, thank you. Any more commissioner comments?
Steve, we could go with the Rockies next year. My mom's not sure she'll be here next year to cheer the Dodgers on, so this was her year. At 95, it was her year.
Okay, let's move on to our consent items. There's one item, minutes of the regular meeting of October 14th.
I'll move to approve.
Oh, second?
Okay, moved by Kelly, seconded by Patty. Is there any discussion, any changes or mistakes anyone saw? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, we've got 5 votes in favor. Now we'll go to our item 1A, which we added, which is the resolution. I don't know the exact title on the resolution, but it has to do with the ban on firearms in county buildings and polling places for a certain limited time period. So John Peacock or John Ely, if you could talk about this for us.
So I have pulled up the draft resolution. I think this is something that John Ely worked on with Kathy Lutzkin, our risk manager, at the request of Janice. So Steve, I think it might be good for the board to hear from Janice what prompted the request, and then maybe John can talk a little bit about the specifics in the resolution.
So I'll just jump in. Janice Voss, Caudill, Picken County Clerk and Recorder, and let me give you a little history on what transpired. I was contacted by a community member with specifically concerns with guns at the voter service centers during elections, and this question I follow up on them, but also in following up on the question to Kathy there was some energy from judges who would not return to help us this year because of their experience in the last presidential. We mitigated this by a number of ways. We are hiring security guards.
Hey Janice, can you speak a little closer? Just getting a little bit of feedback there. I'm having a hard time hearing you. Oh, is it on the phone? Is that why?
Okay, so 2 things I mentioned. One was I received an inquiry from a community member specifically on guns at the voting service center. And while working with the judges this session, there were a number that expressed concern and safety as well, to the point where we are hiring security guards for the Aspen Jewish Community Center. The town of Snowmass Village does have a police station 20 yards from the service center, and we are hiring a security guard at the Basalt Library in collaboration with the head of the Basalt Library, having energy as well. So those two things, with those two things, I moved forward and reached out to Kathy, who is our safe risk manager. And I asked what the policy was. And Kathy has been working through creating this policy to assist over the next couple of months. But let me take it one step further. What I've been noticing over the last several years, a trend, and each trend has increased each year, and that is within my office during the holiday. Last year, we experienced someone who left obscene messages so threatening that the police pressed charges and it went to court. And I thoroughly anticipate, so disheartening to me and concerning, that it will escalate even more this year, especially with COVID, and understanding that our community members are under stress during the holiday and what everyone is dealing with. And I am concerned with the safety of my staff, and I experience during this time the meanness that comes out, and it's probably due to the stress through the holidays, and I don't think it's reasonable for staff to have to deal with this, and I'm very concerned for their safety moving forward. So that is the history of what we're dealing with and how this came about, and Kathy's work moving this forward. That's all I can share with you.
Can we see the rest of the reso?
Yes. Sorry, it's
Or
hard
ordinance?
to.
I have a question. Steve, I have a question.
Yeah, Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see it specifically, standing out here as far as we're gonna have a drop box at Aspen Village. Is there gonna be any security there? And are we still having one outside of Basalt Town Hall?
So we have drop boxes outside of our office, Snowmass Village, and Basalt Town Hall. Our vote centers are and we have 2 security guards on Election Day at the Aspen Jewish Center. We don't have a security guard at the Snowmass Town Hall because the police station is.
Right, but what about Aspen Village drop box at the fire station?
We don't there.
Okay, and at the Basalt, you've got the police station that's no longer there anymore. It's down the road.
And
For
we
that
have,
drop box?
and we have a security guard at the Basalt Library.
At the library, but not at the drop box at Town Hall.
I don't have any security guards at any drop box.
I'm just saying that because I'm the one picking up ballots there.
Okay.
And I think we've had issues with drop boxes across the country, with people being a little aggressive at those spots. So I think that might be something we want to consider, especially on Monday. Just if we think we need to.
Okay, I can
Just food
speak
for
to you
thought.
more about expense, et cetera, if you want to go
Yeah,
down
yeah.
that path, but yeah.
But I think this is something we need to
George?
do.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm certainly supportive of this effort. I guess my question is, why don't we have this ongoing year-round? When you go to any federal building, you have to go through metal detectors. Why don't we just ban firearms in any of the county-owned buildings moving forward?
Good question, George. If the board wants to do so, the board can do so. The reso was prepared by Kathy, as John said, and she thought this was reflective of comments, feedback, direction that she had received, and so it was prepared this way.
Yeah, George, we were trying to solve the problem that Janice articulated. We may want to bring it, if the board has that desire, we can bring back a broader conversation. I think, there are some longer term issues about if and what level of screening and such you do for that we should probably have a conversation about.
Yeah,
Just
no,
what
I
those-
appreciate that, and I think we should move this forward immediately because of the urgency. But I think it's worth a discussion down the road. We're putting in security devices at the courthouse because the judges were concerned, and I would think our staff would be just as concerned with public coming in and out as well.
When Kathy took a look at this, George, at Janet's request, directed at the polling centers and the drop-off areas in the service center, the realization came to her that the county had only previously designated one building or facility to be firearm-free, and that was the courthouse. And so Kathy thought it would be appropriate to include other county facilities. My recommendation to her would be to enumerate those county facilities specifically and to include any facility that constitutes a building where we have employees that are open to the public, as opposed to a facility like a trail or an outdoor recreational type facility. And so the issue, I suppose, is the duration, but what this does is it completes the designation of county facilities that are open to the public, that are staffed by employees, that are designated now by the board or will be designated by the board as firearm-free or prohibitive of firearms in the facility.
Further discussion, I think would be great.
Kelly?
Does this, I can't tell just by the way the screen is now, does this have a duration associated with it at this time? So it just goes through the end of the year?
December
Is that-
31st.
Okay. I agree with the urgency of it. I have to say I was surprised. I thought there were already rules about firearms in polling places. But, you know, having worked in the clerk's office and, you know, people may have noticed the signs along going into the clerk's office that says, you know, peace out, bro, chill out, you know, try to be nice to people. I mean, the clerks in there really take a lot of aggression from individuals in the community that is really unfair, and I know and have observed it to be unsettling and scary at times. So I can really relate to Janice's concern here. I think with the urgency of the election, we should do this, but you know, this is a broad policy matter that I also think deserves broader conversation as well. So I think putting it into place with a time limit is good, and then revisiting it as a broader conversation in an appropriate manner that we would address with, you know, public notice and hearings is also appropriate for a future date.
So, Greg?
Yeah, thanks, Steve, and thanks, Janice, for bringing this to our attention. It's easy for the community to miss something like this, but you and your staff are living it, and clearly it needs to be addressed. I just wanted to share a little historic perspective here. Common sense and etiquette regarding weapons has been part of the discussion about elections and about firearms in public probably since the 1880s and 1890s. And contrary to the belief of many, brandishing weapons in public has been frowned upon in our civil society since those times. The images that we see of militia members posing with weapons, candidates with weapons, the endorsements of such behavior even by some law enforcement and elected officials is truly appalling. And it's not just happening in Western Colorado, it happens all over the place. But thankfully, this behavior has not really been a part of Pitkin County culture. In fact, the entire Western gun culture that has become popular among the fringe, it's a Hollywood fantasy. People didn't behave that way back in the day. People wearing, or cowboys wearing 6 guns on their hips it's a Hollywood fiction and nothing more. This wasn't something that happened on a regular basis back in the day. So I think our law enforcement in the early days probably would have invited someone to take their guns home or put their guns away if they came into town brandishing weapons. So I want to finish by quoting the Western hero, Johnny Cash, who's saying, "Don't take your guns to town, son. Leave your guns at home. Don't take your guns to town." The song doesn't end well for the protagonist of that song because he took his guns to town. It's an invitation for trouble. So I support this resolution, and I support the ongoing conversation going forward. It's time for us to address what's really a pox on our culture, and it's time to fix that. Thanks.
So I would also support taking this temporary measure. The long-term issue that George mentioned, that requires a much broader discussion, and I think even a lot of, possibly public involvement in that discussion. We can see what happens in this election. I don't anticipate that we would have any trouble in Pickens County, but I would be really amazed if there is not some kind of physical violence at polling places somewhere in the United States this election, just because there's been so much rhetoric out there from our president supporting the militia groups and people thinking they can take their law into their own hands. This is not the American tradition. We've had peaceful elections throughout our entire history, and we need to get back to that tradition and have people be able to feel safe when they go to vote, not have people threatening them physically or threatening the workers working at the polling places. That is totally un-American. That's more what you might see in a third world banana republic kind of place or in a dictatorship in other parts of the world, but not in the United States. So I would totally support passing this now. I do have a question. Is this a public hearing on this matter today? Is this an emergency resolution that we will have a confirmatory reading on in a couple of weeks?
No, Steve, this is a single read that completes the designation of other facilities by the BOCC. This is not being enacted as an emergency, but it becomes effective upon an affirmative vote of the BOCC. And so we do not have to bring it back for a confirmatory reading.
Steve, I have a question.
And so just let me follow up on that first, Patty. So is this a public hearing today, John?
It is not required to be a public hearing under the charter. However, if there is anybody, present that would want to give comment to the board, I would always encourage the board to accept it.
Okay, Patty?
Yeah, I didn't notice the Human Health Services building being on that list. Is there a reason it's not, or did I miss it?
Yeah, you're right.
I don't see it either, Patty. Kathy prepared the list, I believe, from the list of facilities that is maintained in administration. For some reason, that looks like that was excluded. So I would ask the board to amend this resolution and include the Schultz building, particularly along with the other enumerated facilities. Thank you for that catch.
All right, well, so Steve, I'm going to make a motion to approve with the addition of the Human Health Services building to the list of locations. And I would also like to add that I would like to see posting on a temporary or a basis of this notification on all of the buildings, especially on our voting and polling places, as soon as possible, like today would be great. So that is my motion and comment.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Patty, seconded by Greg. I am going to see if anyone in the public wants to make a comment on this, even though it wasn't on our agenda, it wasn't listed as a public hearing, but I think that would be appropriate. If anyone is listening or watching on Grassroots and wants to phone in right now, we'll give about a half a minute to see if anyone phones in on this issue. Okay, not seeing anyone new phoning in, I will close this public hearing and I'll bring it back to the board for any further comments. Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 We'll touch base on that.
Okay, we have 5 of us in favor. George is giving a thumbs up, so that's an affirmative vote. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for bringing this to our attention. I think it's really important. We want to have a safe election and have everybody feel safe when they are voting. So moving on to our individual consideration items, first readings. These are set for public hearing on November 18th. And the first one is an ordinance approving and accepting the Music Associates of Aspen Lot 2 Castle Creek Recreation and Access Easement.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
And, oh, there you are, Paul.
I'm here.
Over to you.
Yeah, my name is Paul Holstinger. I'm the Agriculture and Conservation Easement Administrator for Pickens County Open Space and Trails. And I'm happy to bring this public asset to the county. And this information is going to cover both this item and the next item, since we have 2 different ordinances. One is for the recreation access Castle Creek, and the other is for a trail easement. So I'll speak about both of them right now. So the applicant, Marshall Hall, is also on the call as well. But he owns the property and has been working with community development, and has been going through the growth management quota system, GMQS for short, for his property to obtain some additional square footage for the property. And I'm going to share my screen to put up a map just to orient everybody. Let me know if it's not working, because that does happen. Is that working for you?
We got it.
Okay, thank you. So this is the property right here. We're currently sitting right over here. You can see the hand. So it's on the other side of Shadow Mountain here. Right next to the Sun Country Day School and Aspen Music School, sitting here. Right along Castle Creek, there's a driveway off called Hall Drive. And as part of this application to obtain the square footage, Marshall and Open Space worked on some public assets that the department desired. One was a fishing easement and access easement, because Castle Creek, I'll get a zoomed in video here. Here's Castle Creek right along the property. This black outline is the property. One of the things that Marshall did say is that, in early season, in the spring runoff, a lot of kayakers like to use the property and kayak Castle Creek when it's actually accessible to them. And he said they usually park in this area here, and they access through this little slope going down to the creek. So one of the things that we asked for from him was an access easement and a parking area and a recreation easement within the river, not only for boaters but for anglers as well. And he agreed to that for the open space points and support from our department. The other thing, and that's one easement, that's the recreation and access easement. The other easement is this one along the eastern boundary here. It's actually a 10-foot easement off of this boundary. It kind of flares out at the end to hook into this platform that runs along the eastern boundary. It actually continues on through the music school as well. Marshall refers to that as a Newman flume, but it also has the ability to hook into another easement that you can see right here. that cuts across. It hits Forest Service here and cuts through Forest Service here. Now we do have to still go through the music school, but it does have the potential to hook into that one. And I believe those easements is actually called an ore cart trail because there's a old platform there and they found an old ore cart. So there's a few different names here that could link in. Now this isn't going to be, the trail easement isn't going to be accessible until we actually do have a connection. But when that does happen, we have an agreement in that easement that says we'll develop the trail within this area and then have rules in place to govern the use on that specifically. In addition to that, we also donated $10,000 to Castle Creek trail project, which we have received and given him receipt. And the Open Space and Trails Board has seen this item a couple of times, first August 15th, and then more recently July 9th of 2020, and the board recommended that both those easements be accepted and designated as Open Space and Trails assets with a vote of 4-1 at our meeting. And that's all the information I have, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, George first, then Kelly.
Hey, Paul, what was the rationale for the one open space board member who did not vote for it?
Yeah, that was Howie Mallory, and honestly, he just wanted to what it came to. So he liked what we were getting, but he thought we should get more, and I think it really related to this trail easement. He wanted a bigger trail easement to have the trail just on this alignment that goes through. But Marshall was a little concerned about how close that was to his house and the windows that look up the hill. So we compromised there. That was 1%.
And how long is that trail easement? How long will that trail actually be? It looks like it's just a point to point.
Yeah, it's just a point to point. If you take a look at this overview, before where we've accepted these easements that are obtainable by the public at this time, but we continue to work with landowners, and we do have some trail easements that are also existing in that way down here and through here. So we're kind of accepting it and just waiting until we can get a connection to come up into to some of our other properties up here. This is Forest Service, and also connect to this ore cart or Newman Flume trail that kind of comes around Shadow Mountain.
All right, great, thank you.
Yep.
Kelly?
That was my question also.
Steve, I have a question.
Okay, Patty?
Yeah, just a clarification on the map there. The lime green, is that other recreation easements throughout that map? I mean, all over? Like the cross-country easement?
Yep, you can see the cross-country trail easements up here by the high school. We've got a few fishing easements within Maroon Creek, and there's a few down here existing in Castle Creek as well. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
That's
So
what
there are some opportunities to connect this parcel, this new easement, to these other loops up and down Castle Creek. So I think it's a great idea, and I want to thank the family for bringing this forward to us.
Greg?
Yeah, thank you. Marshall, thank you and your family for going along doing this. This is great. You probably remember, as I do, back when I was a kid, I remember seeing elk herds using the Newman Flume easement, the trail up there, to move up and down along the flanks of Shadow Mountain as a kid. I remember seeing that one day and pointing it out to my parents. I was very proud that I saw it first. So wildlife are using it already, right?
They sure are.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that as open space accepts this and we look forward, that we realize that this trail is already a significant artery for wildlife, and we need to be respectful of their rights on it too. Thank you. But this is great. Really excited about it.
So Paul and Marshall both, I had noticed that little anomaly on the aerial photograph, thinking that's the platform closer down to the house, thinking, and my initial thought was, Marshall's not going to want that trail that close to its house. So I totally understand why you want to put it up by the boundary. And in effect, you might end up with two trails, one up by the boundary line that would be for human use, and then the other one would be a wildlife trail, it sounds like, just following the original alignment of the ditch there.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. The trail up on our border, our eastern border, it's a flat area up there, so it's very easy to put the trail in there.
Okay, and I just walked along.
Steve, if I could ask Paul
along.
sorry, and Marshall, I stepped on you. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the history of that flume, if you know it.
Yeah, I mean, it was the, and again, my father-in-law is Jim Marcoluna, so he knows all about the history and especially water history around here. So there was a flume there that took water out of Castle Creek, and it just ends right above the music school campus. It dropped the water down there to create hydroelectric power for the Newman tunnels. The two tunnels that run from there up to Turtle Rock Park, and it powered, the miners would go up one side and the ore would come down the other.
Wow.
Okay, let's see. I would be in favor of moving both of these items forward. For this is just the first reading now. Does anyone see anything that any changes or any ideas? I mean, it looks good to me, but now would be a good time if we see anything different that could be looked into more or brought forward at the second reading. So I would entertain a motion. I think we have to do two different ordinances, so we need two separate motions for that.
Correct.
I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance accepting the Music Associates of Aspen, Inc., Lot 2, Castle Creek Recreation and Access Easement, set for second reading and public hearing on November the 18th.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Patty, seconded by Kelly on the ordinance for the Castle Creek Recreation and Access Easement. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance accepting the Music Associates of Aspen, Inc., Lot 2 trail easement. It's also referenced on our agenda as the Lot 2 or cart trail easement, except for second reading and public hearing on November the 18th.
Second.
I'll second that.
Kelly beat you to
Okay,
it.
moved by Patty, seconded by Greg, he's practicing for Jeopardy to push the button faster.
Hollywood
Any further
Square.
discussion on this? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, both of those are approved. We'll hear them again on November 18th.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for that item, and you might still be around for the next one too, I think.
Thanks,
So
Marshall.
the next item, an ordinance of the board accepting a conservation easement and restrictive covenant from Sunfire Ranch. And I'm not sure, Dale, are you gonna be the one to
Sure.
talk about this first?
I'm happy to lead it off. It's been a team effort between Rye doing a lot of the heavy lifting with the legal details and Paul helping us with his broad knowledge of how to map things and how to structure them in a way that we can administer them later. But the property we're talking about is Sunfire Ranch, owned by Jason Sewell and his brother Alex. Their family has owned this property since it was originally patented to Myron Thompson way back soon after the Ute were marched out of here. And it's pretty exciting to be working with descendants of the original patentees on conservation of a large area. The open space program got started on conservation efforts at a big scale in the Crystal Valley way back in the 90s, before my time, with the negotiation of a deal to protect Jerome Park. But since then, we have really been working hard to protect as much as possible of the big ranches and open areas up and down the scenic corridor on Highway 133. The Sunfire Ranch is surrounded by other conserved properties, mainly sustainable settings, where we crafted a conservation easement through a series of transactions back in 2002 or so. It's also bounded by Cold Mountain Ranch, owned by Bill Sales and Marge Perry, where we acquired a conservation easement around 2008. And it is almost contiguous across the highway with the Thompson Creek open space, which is named after Thompson Creek, that was named after Myron Thompson, circling right back to the Sunfire Ranch. So we've invested a lot in this area to protect this landscape, and this ranch is the last big piece in the lower Crystal that's still vulnerable to development. Cindy Huben and I went up there in about 2002 and met with Jason's mother, who's since passed, Susie Sewell, to start this discussion, and we have been at it ever since, with a few pauses and stops. But this project, as you may recall, we've been working on it in earnest for about 4 years, including securing a GOCO grant that's been extended a few times and is set to expire at the end of this year unless we're able to close this deal. And at the same time, the landowner in the county agreed to do this project under the auspices of its open space master plan code provision that enables the county to combine purchase of a conservation easement with the granting of certain land use entitlements to incentivize these conservation projects on the large ranches. The open space master plan for this project was approved by you all at the end of last year, maybe spilling over into the first meeting in January. And since that approval, we have been working to try to get this deed into shape that both sides, as well as GOCO, like it. And we have a deed that has been accepted by both the county staff and by the landowner and his team. And we are in the process of getting that accepted by GOCO. So while we could go into great detail about the deed, it would probably take most of the rest of the day to cover all of it. I am happy with the way this has turned out. We've worked really hard, and Rye in particular, to make sure that this deed is just as tight as all of our other conservation easements, notwithstanding some of the intricacies of the master plan approval for the ranch. The vast majority of the ranch are subject to very basic and tight restrictions on uses consistent with our customary practices for ranch conservation easements. Although the uses in the master plan are more extensive than what we've seen before, those uses are limited to activity envelopes that comprise only a few % of the overall land area of the ranch. So we had a discussion with the Open Space Board about this conservation easement, as you might recall, in September. and the Open Space Board has been watching this the whole way through. They are in support of us accepting this conservation easement. And so staff recommends that you approve this on first reading and set for public hearing. Perhaps Rye and Paul have a few things they want to add to that.
Thanks, Dale. If the board doesn't have any questions for you right now, I just add, I hope the board received a copy of the proposed restrictive covenant that goes with this ordinance. I circulated it before the meeting, and I asked Jeanette to place that document in the record. I'd also note that Jason Sewell is here as a participant today, as is Justin Nyberg from Holland and Hart, who has been helping out Jason and his team with getting this conservation easement finalized and getting us towards closing. I'm very excited. We're getting close to closing, and we're very close. With respect to combining the ordinance for the conservation easement acceptance and the acceptance of the restrictive covenant, the two are so intermingled that I decided to do it as one ordinance. A lot of the time, just like the prior two items you saw, I would break out two separate property acquisitions into two separate ordinances. But here, because of the overlap in the two documents and the fact that we're dealing with the exact same property, I decided to do it as one ordinance. I'm happy to answer any questions about that. We are getting close. Closing is scheduled to happen within the year, and we're wrapping up the last couple items here, and this is one of them. This is an exciting process, and I encourage you all to ask any questions about it. And as I said, the property owner's here with this council, so I think they'd entertain any questions for you if you got them. Oh, and Paul's got a map of the...
Patty has a question, and then we'll go to Paul and see if he has anything to add. Patty?
I can wait for Paul. Did Paul have anything?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna pop up here just to show you the extent of this property. And oop, are you seeing my desktop instead of mine?
We see the map.
We can see it.
There you go. There we go. Yeah, this shows you the context of that ranch, and it really is a big piece of the Crystal Valley right outside of Carbondale, and it's a big missing piece at the moment, but it will shortly be included. So that helps set the stage that Dale so eloquently already described.
Okay, Steve, I'll ask my question now. This is just something I'm just not sure what it means. It's on the deed of conservation easement, page 29, item 20. It says, it's highlighted in yellow, and it says equal to, and then it's got brackets with a dot in the middle, percent, and it's got parentheses, brackets, a dot in the middle, percent, and then close parentheses. And is that something that's going to be added in later, a number, an amount, or is it just a symbol that's used?
No, Patty, that's a good catch. There's a couple places in the document where there's some places like that, where those areas are where GOCO, the GOCO reviewer, staff person named Courtney Bennett, who's been helping out immensely with review of this conservation easement deed, has made some notes to herself in the deed, and those carried over in this draft that's been attached to the document. In that particular instance, it's discussing contingency if the property is condemned at some point in the future, and how proceeds from that condemnation will be allocated. Because the GOCO grant represents a 1 part out of 10 contribution, that is likely how that particular portion of the deed will be filled in. But there are a couple places where some of the baseline, or I'm sorry, the environmental report and the mineral report need to be updated and things like that. So
Okay. All right.
that is still outstanding. Hopefully, we're working really hard to have all those tiny little things that are still hanging out there resolved before the 4th. Keeping our fingers crossed to get that done. So.
Okay, thanks, Roy. And just a quick comment. I want to thank everybody involved. This has been a long process. I remember meeting with Jason, I don't know, with Dale down in Basalt some time ago, thinking we were going to be moving through this quickly. Jason's put in a lot of thought, a lot of heart. This has not been an easy decision for him. I appreciate it. I think it's going to be enormous for the families involved for all these many years on this parcel, for the community that the family's been involved in for so many years, and for Pickens County and the Roaring Fork Valley. So I want to extend a heartfelt thanks back to Jason and his brother for all the effort, time, and love that they've given to this. So I'm excited that we're getting just that much closer, and hopefully we'll be celebrating on second reading.
Greg?
Yeah, thank you. I'll just echo Patty on that. This is huge. I'm so looking forward to seeing this move forward, and it's happening now. And I want to congratulate and thank Open Space and Trails, Dale for your hard work, Jason Sewell and his family, and his team for making this happen. And yes, Patty, it did take longer than we thought it would, but it was worth it.
Jason or Justin, would either of you like to make any comments?
Yeah, I wanted to thank everybody involved in this project as well. As Dale knows, it's been about 10 years or longer in the making, probably more like 15 since its inception. We've done a lot of hard work in our planning with help from the county, from Dale, from Paul, and from Rye as well, specifically, and as well as the Community Development Department, Suzanne, and all the folks on our team, Justin and Connor Coleman and my brother and my family. It's been a labor of love, and I'm really glad that we've made it this far and we're this much closer to finalizing this process. And we're really looking forward to moving on with our master plan and implementing some of the concepts that we've outlined therein. So again, I just wanted to thank everybody for their hard work, and thank you for getting us across the finish line.
Thanks, Jason.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. And with Dale mentioning your mom, Susie Sewell, I went to school with Susie in Basalt High School. She was Susie Anderson at that time. And I really appreciate the foresight that she had to want to do this, all those, in the early 2000s. And it took your family longer to get through your process than it took mine to get through our process. And I know how much work and anxiety and heart you have to put into it to make it happen. And I totally appreciate the effort that you have made and everyone else, because it's so important when you have a big piece of ranch property here that's been in your family for a lot of years. That's really the soul of you and your family there, that you are trying to preserve it for the future. And so I totally appreciate your efforts in that. And I don't know if Justin wants to add anything. You spoke very well, Jason, about what you've been through there.
Thanks, Steve. No, I don't have much more to add besides what Jason had said. I just wanted to express our appreciation with the county staff and Ryan and his team and Paul and Dale for working with us on all the complexities on this project. It certainly has been a lot of work to balance, the long-term conservation needs of the property with Jason's plans. And we have, we've come a long way through a lot of thickets, and it's really great to be getting near the finish line here. So thanks to everyone, and we'll have a final product here for you for a second reading.
Okay, any more board comments at this time? I would entertain a motion, actually.
I would love to make a motion to approve. I'm gonna approve the ordinance, except I'm jumping on it.
Daddy.
I signed one of the first documents with Jason, so accepting a conservation easement and restrictive covenant from Sunfire Ranch.
I'll second. Beat you.
Okay. By Patty, seconded by Greg, to approve this on first reading. And any further discussion?
No, I just want to say it's set for a second reading and a public hearing on November the 18th.
I just want to congratulate everyone, and especially, we're so grateful to you, Jason. Thank you. Hanging in there.
Thank you guys very much for your effort in all of this. And I also wanted to thank Doug Pratt for his hard work on this project as well. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks to Doug, too.
Okay.
Hey, Steve, before you call the question, this is currently scheduled for second reading on November 4th, and Patty just mentioned November 18th.
Well, it's on our agenda as set for public hearings on November 18th.
All right, well then maybe Jeanette's got to have that way to accommodate noticing. So I would leave it up to her discretion on that.
Yeah, we do have a regular meeting on the next week because of our change in our meeting dates because of the holiday. And I had it down at first for that date, but then since it's posted on the agenda for the 18th, I thought we should probably stick with that.
Yeah, and all those have been advertised for the 18th. I meant to mention that at the beginning of the meeting.
So we're not going to have a very busy meeting on the 4th.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, and let's see, Rye, one more comment. I did receive the thing you just sent out a short while ago this morning. I have not had a chance to read it yet. And I think I definitely will read that before we get to the second reading, but that will give us all an opportunity to read all the material. And then also the changes are the edits, the GoCo glitches that are in there, if those could be edited on the final version on the 18th, that would be good too. So, all in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 5-0 approval. Thank you, Jason and Justin and Dale and Rye and Paul and everybody else involved in this. And we look forward to the 18th. We need to have a party then of some kind. Okay, moving on to our next item is a resolution amending resolution number 146-2005 and approving an amended IGA with the City of Aspen concerning ownership and operation of the Cheryl and Sam Wiley Animal Shelter. And welcome, Rich Engelhardt. What do you have for us?
Thank you, Chairman, Board of Commissioners, Rich Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager. Just recently in a work session, we went through the adjustments to this IGA that we have with the City of Aspen. And so what we're going to be presenting today to you is approval of this resolution, amending the resolution 146-2005 and approving the amendment of this intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen concerning the ownership and operation of the animal shelter. And this is first reading and be set for second reading on November 18th. And I might note that this was originally set for the 4th as well, but Jeanette has changed these due to noticing requirements that John mentioned, I believe with the Thanksgiving holidays. So that's why those were moved. So with that, there were a couple of items that came out during the work session that the board had requested information on. And one of them was to go back and red line or show all those red lines of that agreement that were removed. So in your packet, you should have had that now. So the changes to this agreement include changing the name to to the Cheryl and Sam Wiley Animal Shelter. Under recitals, the first recital changes. Number 3 and 4 were removed. Those were written back in 2005 whenever this IGA was first developed. So those were removed and then replaced with item number 3, which is the city and county desire to specify responsibilities for joint ownership and operations of the shelter. As you move your way through this, the financial responsibilities, there were some minimal changes there. Under 1.5, we included the city shall include all capital projects in the asset management plan and notify the county in advance of any capital project undertakings. And again, that's a relationship with the city, giving us advance notice so that we can budget appropriately if need be for any changes. Under 1.6, under the annual reporting and accounting, we had taken out what was referred to as the $5,000 amount, and it included now excess of $20,000, which is part of the new agreement that you adopted just recently. Under Article 2, which is 2.03, we added recycling within the utilities. And then under miscellaneous, under Article 5, it was noted that we had a typo, and that had been corrected, and that was under the additional noticing requirements, and then also setting out the appropriate address for any further notices for the animal shelter. With that, I might note that the city of Aspen did adopt this on consent last night, so that has been approved by them. And then George recently brought to my attention the comment I had made regarding the Animal Shelter Advisory Board. And George, you're absolutely right. There is a board. They are active. So I had misspoke there. We do have 2 appointees, are Marie and Jasmine, and I'm only going to give first names because I get myself in trouble if I try to pronounce the last names. The city has 2 as well. Each of you have alternates, and then jointly you have both appointed Roberta. So we do have county liaisons. Riri Baker is ours, and then Gina Gordon is the city's representative. They do meet twice a year, the 3rd Tuesday in May and in October. However, the October one has not taken place yet due to COVID, so they're trying to work through that now. But Seth and Riri are working on this. They're going to be putting a report together for you all. And with that, I think that addresses everything, and would certainly entertain any questions that you may have.
Greg?
Yeah, Steve, thank you, Steve. Rich, I think you're referring to Marie Kelly, who is one of our amazing county volunteers on the weed board and in mask making and who knows what other endeavors. She's a busy bee. And then Jasmine Tiger, who's been around forever. So Tiger is how it's pronounced.
Thank you for that. Like I said, I appreciate the assistance. I would not have pronounced it that way.
Yeah, certainly. Jasmine harkens back to the hippie days in the 70s, and we've known her that long. And some of her friends have equally colorful names, and I appreciate them all. The other thing I wanted to ask about this, and as we move forward, thinking about the animal shelter, I don't know, remember when it was built, if it's 15 years or if it's 20 years now, but I'm wondering how it is regarding energy efficiency, and if anybody's paying attention to the carbon footprint of the animal shelter and any ways we might be able to improve that, but that's another issue.
Well, actually, I can address some of that. Seth has got a plan in place that we're looking at doing improvements. In fact, recently notified Ron LeBlanc that has been working with me. He's the assistant county or city manager for Aspen. They are looking at switching out a lot of their lights, and which means some ballast changes. So they're getting ready to go to LEDs and really help that as well. So starting to take those steps, Greg. So thank you for bringing that up.
Great, thank you.
So, one time I was out there talking to Seth at the animal shelter, and I was pleased to see, in fact, he took me over and showed me this plaque on the wall, and there was my dad's name on the plaque with the commissioners who initially approved the building of the animal shelter. So I have a little bit of a personal connection there too. And I appreciate your comments, Greg, about, making it more energy efficient. Anytime we can do that in any building, we need to be doing that. So this is our first reading we're doing right now, and I would entertain a motion for approval, and this would be for second reading on November 18th also.
I'll make a motion to approve the amended intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen concerning ownership and operation of the Cheryl and Sam Wiley Animal Shelter, due for second reading on November 18th.
Second.
Okay, moved by Greg, seconded by George. Is there further discussion?
Only that whenever I walk, oh, sorry, Steve. I was just going to, I was just going to say, every time I walk in, I look down and I see the names of all my dogs and my friends' dogs in the tiles, and I just love going to that place. So, sorry about that. Ready when you are.
No, good comment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. My only other comment is I'm so pleased how Kelly and Patty are getting along, given Patty's comments with the Dodgers and Kelly's Yankees. Other than that, thank you, Board.
Let it be a lesson for getting along in America these days.
That's all right. I used to date a guy who played for the Yankees, so I'll give her a little leeway on that one.
All right. Thank you.
They're in the same room.
They are sitting far apart.
Thank you all.
Now, I am really partial to the Boston Red Sox for American League. Brother Benedict.
All right, that's enough, Steve.
Be at the Missouri played minor league baseball in Providence, I believe it was. It was a farm team for the Red Sox. So we have a local connection to the Red Sox here. Okay, moving on to more serious matters. I don't know if anything's more serious than baseball, though, during October. These are individual consideration items, public hearings, a second reading. And the first one is a resolution adopting the Redstone Coke Ovens into the Pitkin County Open Space and Trails portfolio. And we'll hand it over to you, Dale.
Thank you, Steve. I don't think I introduced myself last round, but I'm Dale Will, the Acquisition and Special Projects Director for the Open Space Programs. And the Coke Ovens parcel was purchased by Pitkin County way back in 2003. And at that time, the Open Space Program did not have any direct authority to look after historic structures. And so at the time, we allocated the parcel between the Open Space Program administering a vacant area that's south of Coal Creek Road, and the Public Works Department administering the Coke Ovens proper that lie north of Coal Creek Road. And since that time, the Public Works Department has really done a fantastic job of looking after these structures. We think of them as so elegant now, although sometimes I imagine that when they were actually in use, the air quality in that valley must have been awful with all of that coal smoldering away in that huge row of those ovens. But nonetheless, we look back at them fondly now as historic artifacts of the original Euro settlement of the Crystal Valley, and Public Works has seen them stabilized and restored, some of them restored, and the construction of some visitor amenities, little trail and parking area and so on. But we're at a time now where Brian's department is just not really set up to look after a property that sees a lot of public recreational visitation. And meanwhile, the Open Space Program has acquired property that virtually surrounds this one with the Coke Ovens open space upstream and adjacent to it on Coal Creek, the little piece I mentioned before of the same parcel that's on the other side of Cold Creek Road, as well as Redstone Park and Lions Park, which are across Highway 133 from this property. We have to be up there patrolling and looking after these assets anyway with our able team of rangers and so forth. And the charter allows the commissioners to designate county properties as being open space properties, and by so doing, move them under the purview as well as the financial responsibility of the Open Space Department and the Open Space Fund. We discussed this with the Open Space Board, who unanimously agreed that it's a good idea for the management of this parcel to be consolidated under the Open Space program. And we're grateful that for once we're not taking over something that needs a lot of work. The capital investment was really already done by our colleagues over at Public Works, and the Open Space Department is looking forward to managing this on behalf of our public with a more seamless internal jurisdiction over this property combined with the surrounding open spaces and parks. So we recommend that you approve this on second reading, and our rangers are on standby to go up there and supervise it.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners from Dale or Dale? Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing. If anyone in the public wishes to comment on this transfer of the Redstone Coke ovens to the Pitkin County Open Space and Trails portfolio, you can phone in, and I see there is one person on there already who might be here to comment on this. The phone number ending in 1004. Do you wish to comment on this item?
Press star 6.
Push star 6 to.
This is Jay Hammond at SGM, and I'm waiting for a later item, so no, I'm not commenting on this.
Okay, thank you, Jay, and we'll note that that's your phone number there, so we won't call on you in other public hearings. If anyone else from the public wishes to comment, you can get the phone number off of the grassroots screen or at the top of our agenda that's published in the Pitkin County website.
Steve, if you're ready, I'll make a motion.
Yeah, I think I'll close the public hearing on this. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve resolution adopting the Redstone Coke ovens into the Pitkin County Open Space and Trails portfolio.
I'll second.
I'll second that. Oh. You're muted.
I'll give it to Greg. He's going to be on Jeopardy. He needs to do good at this. Moved by George, seconded by Greg. Is there any further discussion?
Clearly.
I just wanted to share something that I learned about the Coke ovens, and Steve may be able to support this, and maybe some others. Back in the day, 50s, maybe even into the early 60s, the Coke ovens were a resource. People in the community would go and scavenge or salvage, because it was a ruin, they would salvage the bricks from the Coke ovens to build their own fireplaces and homes. So where you see bricks missing from these places, some of those were very well taken and used, put to good use elsewhere around the community. And I don't know if that's part of the history or not, but I could probably introduce you to a few people who built fireplaces with them back in the 50s, before I was born.
So thank you for that information, Greg. I think that gives Dale a mission to go and get those bricks back, I think, doesn't it, Dale?
Yeah, definitely. We want those back.
Well, they're probably in the landfill by now.
Okay, any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, all in favor of approval of this resolution, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Congratulations, Dale. You have more to take care of now on your whole department there. I guess that's up to Gary to take care of it.
Right?
Just, I have a question on that topic for Dale. You know, we've got a lot of going on up near Redstone. Do we have a ranger or, you know, people in Redstone in the community there who could look after this? Is there anything in place?
We have a very able staff of rangers, none of whom are presently living in Redstone, although we are working on a recent acquisition, the rehabilitation of a residence up on the Wilden property as a potential residence that our new lead ranger might want to move into once the rehabilitation of that structure is completed.
George?
Can I ask sort of a tangential issue, as long as Greg sort of opened up that door? Dale, what's the status of the Penny Hot Springs? We had a letter that came to us, a month ago or so, concerned about sort of a disarray up there, overuse, waiting for a porta potty, dogs, et cetera, and then we're going into sort of the season when it will probably start getting used more, and we know COVID is on the surge. So what's going on up there?
Sure. The recently adopted Penny Hot Springs Management Plan provided a goal that we would enter into a lease agreement with CDOT, who actually owns and administers the big pullout where everyone parks. And staff, myself and Lindsay Utter, have been working on all the survey work and other administrative elements of perfecting a lease by which the Open Space Department would take over jurisdiction of yet another interesting property, as you mentioned, that sees a lot of public use. But we're not there yet. Those approvals at CDOT take a little while. We have submitted everything that was required of us, including a survey of the area that we're proposing that we administer. But at the moment, the county does not have jurisdiction over the area where all the parking takes place. Our rangers are doing their best to patrol the actual hot springs, the hippie dip, as we sometimes call them. We're aware that not all of the public are respectful when they're up there. We wish everyone was. Of course, when the COVID crisis first hit, we closed that hot spring for a period of time, and we're able to get the cooperation of the sheriff's office in enforcing that closure. But it's currently open, so once we obtain our lease with CDOT, we'll be able to ramp up our presence there and hopefully do a better job of helping all the public know how to behave when they're up there.
All right, thanks, Dale. Hopefully we won't have to close it again, but if just depending on the use or the overuse, it's something Open Space and the board should be keeping a watchful eye over.
Yeah.
Okay, going to our next item on the agenda, and we've sort of partially covered open discussion, I think, at this time. On an ordinance authorizing acceptance of the Morton mining claims donation, which is in Lead King Basin. And Dale, we'll hand this over to you again.
Thanks, Steve. Well, again, this is a second reading, and we had a pretty good discussion at first reading, but just for viewers that may not have seen that, what this concerns are two adjacent mining claims that lie in Gunnison County, of all places, up in the Lead King Basin, but at the headwaters of the Crystal River, which of course flows through Pitkin County and is part of the greater Roaring Fork watershed. The open space program does occasionally take ownership interests of various kinds in properties outside of Pitkin County, but so far all of those have been inside the Roaring Fork watershed. We believe that the public of Pitkin County have a direct health and safety interest in the conservation of lands in the Roaring Fork watershed. This particular property is owned by some nice folks that live up in Canada, and years ago they sought to donate these parcels to the Trust for Public Land. You might recall that a few years back the TPL had this high elk corridor initiative going on, trying to sterilize properties along Schofield Pass. Well, TPL's interest has now moved along and staff has turned over and so on, and they're no longer in a position to pursue this or accept this donation. The landowner then discussed it with the Aspen Valley Land Trust, and as a nonprofit, AVLT is not in a position to accept donations without charging a stewardship endowment. While it's understandable from AVLT's perspective, it does kind of ruin the allure of someone that's simply trying to donate a piece of real estate. So this was brought to our attention, and when I learned of it, my first move was to bring it up with the Gunnison County manager, and I asked them if it was something they would like to accept or whether they'd prefer that we deal with it, and they chose the latter, ironically enough, because the jurisdictional boundaries did not follow the watershed boundaries when they were all laid out way back when Jason's ranch was being homesteaded. The property is really more accessible to the Pitkin County staff than it is to the Gunnison County staff. So they've invited us to accept it. We do own a few other properties that are out of the county, including the Orphan Boy mining claim, which I think might be in Lake County. And of course, we've invested in open space in Eagle County over at Glacier as an example, and also Garfield County with Jerome Park lying across the county boundaries. And then also in Gunnison County, we worked on the conservation of the Darien Ranch and partnered on that. So while we would maybe prefer that another conservation organization take this on, we're able to do it. I visited the property with Paul Holsinger, and we didn't see anything that would raise any red flags. Meanwhile, the county is working towards a land exchange proposal with the Forest Service to take over the administration of the Wildwood Boat Ramp so that we can have a more holistic management of public activities on the Roaring Fork River above and through the North Star Preserve. And this mining claim would be a nice piece of the property that we might offer to the Forest Service. The staff does have a meeting with the Forest Service on November 12th to try to move that land exchange concept along. The Forest Service has so far been in support and also have invited us to put forward the properties that we might want to include in the exchange, bearing in mind we'll have to do appraisals to make sure that whatever we might propose conveying to them would be equal in value to the Wildwood parcel. And everyone knows, based on where that is, we may have to include a package of things. But nonetheless, these mining claims would be great candidates to consolidate into the national forest and trade them so that we can look after the Wildwood Boat Ramp. The Open Space Board unanimously supports this acquisition, and the landowners are on standby, ready to consummate this donation. We have a title commitment that Rye has looked over, a couple of years old, but it didn't raise any red flags. I thank Judy Morton and her partner for offering to donate this and eliminate at least one, maybe more than one, development right in the Lead King Loop, which has itself seen an explosion in activity and is being loved to death, as they say. So we would be doing some small part to limit any increasing congestion up there as well. But we recommend that you approve this on second reading, and we'll move forward to consummate the acceptance of this gift.
George?
Dale, was this piece of property appraised for tax purposes?
Not to my knowledge. As Canadians, I'm not sure that the donors are eligible for a charitable donation. That would be something between them and their counsel. I know they have consulted with an attorney who's very well versed in that subject, and if they are eligible for such a deduction, I would leave it to they and their counsel to do that. But as far as we know, they haven't appraised it, and they're not planning to claim that.
So that means that we would have to have an appraisal done on that to have that in the portfolio with discussions for the Forest Service?
Well, regardless of whether the landowner appraises it now, the land exchange process would require all the properties proposed to go in and out of federal ownership to be appraised to ensure that they're in approximately equal value.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay, any further questions? Greg?
I'm ready to make a motion unless there's more. You need to do a public hearing on this.
Yeah, it is a public hearing. Let's do the public hearing first. So I will open up a public hearing. Any members of the public who wish to make a comment about this ordinance accepting the donation of the Morton mining claims in Lead King Basin, you can phone in to our number, which is on the grassroots screen and also on our agenda on the county website. So we'll give about a half a minute and see if anyone phones in to comment on this item. While we're waiting, I think I will go through all of the items and then take a break before we do the last item on the closer investments application, just for everyone's scheduling, because that item will be taking longer, and that way we won't have other people waiting for while we take a break, just waiting for their potentially shorter item. So not seeing anybody phoning in on this item, we'll close the public hearing on it and bring it back to the board. And Greg, do you want to make a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we approve the ordinance ordinance authorizing acceptance of the Morton mining claims donation. And I've got to get back to my page that shows the date that we would be hearing this. Again, would be up for.
This is the second reading, Greg.
Oh, this is the second reading already. This is the second reading. Okay, so we approve. I make a motion to approve this today.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Greg, seconded by Kelly. Are there further comments from the board? Greg.
If I could, I would just love to say I am so grateful to see the Mortons doing this. I have a particular thing about was it the 1872 mining law? Let's go back that far. But this is what's appropriate here. This is land which was a public land, which was open for claims for mining purposes. no mining is happening on these claims. I'm grateful to see it being returned to the public and conserved. And the Mortons are setting an example for the rest of the world and anyone else to follow. Thank you.
Kelly?
Yeah, thanks for that, Greg. And I'll just note that, you know, I support these opportunities to work with Gunnison County on conservation efforts up there. And, you know, if there's more that we can do, then let's bring it forward and grow even a closer collaborative partnership to help up there, which is just such a beautiful place in the headwaters of the Crystal.
And I would echo those sentiments and thank the Gunnison County Commissioners for passing this over to us. And however we are able to use this, you know, hopefully we can make a deal on the wildwood put in on the river by North Star, but it might end up being used for some other purchase of some other exchange for some other property too. So, I do have a question for Dale now that I think of it. Are you going to do a management plan on this in the meantime?
No, Steve, we're not planning to do that. We have an existing backcountry parcels management plan that essentially provides that these properties that are surrounded by national forests that are in remote locations, will simply allow them to be managed consistent with the management of the surrounding national forests. So, for example, where hunting might be allowed on the national forest and it's not generally allowed on open space, we simply defer to the national forest management, since these parcels are difficult to supervise, and the public, when they're out there primarily hunting, really don't always know when they've crossed a boundary onto a backcountry parcel. So that's our plan.
Okay, thanks, Dale. Any further public comments from commissioners? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of approval of this ordinance, say aye.
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 Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Appreciate it. Okay, moving on, we have this is an emergency ordinance and resolution confirmatory reading, and I think that this will be a public hearing. Am I correct, John Ely? Because it's an emergency ordinance.
Yes, Steve, this is a public hearing.
Okay. And this has to do with the supplemental appropriations to the 2020 budget and amending the 2020 budget for public health staffing additions. Connie Baker, it's all yours.
Hi, good afternoon. This supplemental request increases the county's 2020 budgeted expenditures by $811,882. That is offset by an even greater amount in revenues, $978,358. This produces a net decrease in the budget of $166,476. This resolution approves 3 positions in the Public Health Fund. 2 of them term limited through the end of 2021, a testing and vaccine analyst and a contact tracer. And 1 position is an ongoing position, a financial analyst. The cost of these positions is fully covered through the end of 2021 by 2 different revenue sources. One is the contribution by the town of Snowmass Village, and the other is expected reimbursements that the county thinks we will receive from the Coronavirus Relief Fund. Any questions on the resolution?
I don't see any, Connie. We have talked about this a lot recently, so I think we're all pretty much up to speed on this. So this is a public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing. Anyone in the public wishing to make a comment on this supplemental appropriations to the 2020 budget, allowing for public health staffing additions? You can call in on the phone number on the Grassroots TV screen or on our agenda at the top of the agenda. We'll wait a half a minute and see if anyone phones in. Okay, not seeing anybody phoning in, so I will close the public hearing on this matter and bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, George moved and Greg seconded. Is there any further discussion from the board? I'll make a comment. You know, the additions we've made for public health staffing are really critical to the county response to the COVID pandemic. It's giving us a really good team of our contact tracers and people involved in education on the public and helping different restaurants and businesses to be open. And so adding these staff members will help us do a better job of that right now and hopefully keep our economy rolling. So all in favor of the approval of the resolution, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Now, moving on to our land use public hearings, we'll do the first one and then we'll take a break. So remember that we are doing the Rosemary Circle item first, and then we'll deal with the closer investments item second. So the Rosemary Circle LLC activity envelope review and affirming the entitlements granting pursuant to BOC Resolution 109-2001 as amended. And let's see, Tammy, are you on here?
Yes, I'm
There
here.
you are. So Tammy, I'll hand it over to you to explain the request to continue this to a later date.
Sure, yeah, the request came yesterday by the applicant, and they're just wanting some more time for the owners to review what staff has recommended. There are a few things in that recommendation that they hadn't really reviewed previously, and they just want more time for that. So, I don't know. Suzanne's on as well if she wants to jump in and add anything. I think that's it.
Okay, and Suzanne, I see you on. Do you want to add anything to what Tammy said? Okay. So the request is to continue this to January 27th. This is a public hearing, and I'm going to open the public hearing. If any members of the public want to comment on this item and you are on the call because you thought we were going to be discussing this and passing it today, you may phone in now. We'll give a half a minute for anybody to phone in. And I see we just have Jay Hammond is the only phone number still listed on there at the moment. Glenn Horn. Go ahead, Glenn. Oh, you did a chat.
He's for the next.
Let me look.
He's for this one.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go
Yes.
ahead, Glenn.
Oh, yeah, I was just joining the meeting to watch what was going on because I represent the applicant.
Yeah, and Glenn, what we are planning on doing is just continuing it to January 27th because that was requested by the applicant. Is that correct?
Yes, and we appreciate that. Thank you. That is the request of the applicant.
Okay. Thank you, Glenn, for calling in. Do you have anything else you want to add?
No, thank you for the additional time for them to look into a few things.
Okay. Thanks, Glenn.
Thank you.
So I will close the public hearing at this time and bring it back to the board for a motion to continue.
I'll make a motion to continue to January 27th, correct?
Continuing the public hearing
27th.
also.
What's that?
Continuing the
second
public
that.
hearing also.
And continuing the public hearing, well, it'll be posted as a public hearing. Well, he closed the public hearing, we'll reopen it again on that.
Yeah, the public hearing will be continued on January 27th. So moved by Patty, seconded by Greg. Any members of the public could send written comments anytime between now and then. Also, we accept those comments that can be added to the record. So any more comments from the commissioners? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye?
Aye.
Okay, 5 voted in approval of continuing it. So at this point, we are up to the last land use item. We're going to take a break. Board, how many minutes do you all want for a break here? We've been going for 2 hours now. I suggest a 10-minute break. Okay. So we will, see, 10 minutes. So at 2:15, we will start the closer investments discussion. And
Thank
we'll
you. Thanks, Grassroots. We'll be back at 2:15. Welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, October 28th. I will turn our meeting back over after our break to Steve Child to run.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Our final land use item today, will be a public hearing later in the discussion, is a resolution approving the Closer Investments LLC and AM Summit 105 LLC activity envelope, site plan review, special review, and GMQS exemption. And this is continued from October 14th till today. And Tammy Coachman, we'll hand it over to you.
All right, thanks, Steve. So I'll just begin by just recapping real quickly that the applicants for this item are Closer Investments LLC and the AM Summit 105 LLC. On the Closer Investments LLC parcel, which is better known as the Hercules Load, the applicant is requesting activity envelope and site plan review approval in order to construct a 1,000 square foot cabin, a 160 square foot storage shed, and a ground mounted solar panels. And those are allowed uses by right in the rural and remote zone district. They're also requesting special review approval to establish the yard setbacks and to obtain the GMQS exemption. And on the AM Summit 105 LLC parcel, they are requesting activity review and site plan review for a temporary construction driveway and to establish a location for parking. And then lastly, a special review for use by federal permit for the temporary driveway located on new forest land is also requested. So, as you'll remember at the last BOCC meeting, the BOCC continued the application with direction to staff to make some revisions to the resolution and also to reach out to the U.S. Forest Service for clarification about their decision memo in regards to the temporary construction access terms. The resolution has been revised and now includes more detailed findings on the special review criteria, which was suggested by the board. And it also includes a condition requiring that the applicant demonstrate at permit how trespassing on private property will be avoided. So those revisions were made and are in the resolution, which was included in this week's packet. Then as far as the discussion about the temporary access goes, it seemed the board was most curious about the statement within the Forest Service decision memo, which states, following construction, the entire temporary construction access road disturbance area would be reclaimed and revegetated to leave only a minimally graded template for future limited motor vehicle use. So I was able to connect with Michael Broadus with the Aspen-Topers District about the terms of this decision memo. Additionally, a letter from Jim Stark, who previously worked for the Forest Service, was submitted, and that was included in your packet. And then lastly, Kevin Warner, the Forest Service District Ranger, provided a letter yesterday afternoon. So that hopefully was emailed to the board probably this morning. So hopefully you guys all received it and have time to read it. If not, I can provide it on screen and read it, or I can just summarize it. My conversation with Michael Broadus was very consistent with Kevin Warner's letter, and I can also summarize some of those points. So I guess just to check in, wanted to make sure the board received that letter, so I know how to proceed, or if I should, you guys all saw that?
Yes, I got it. Did you get it, Patty? George got it.
I got it. It's
I
here.
think we're all good.
Okay. So I guess if there's more questions about that, or if you want a little bit deeper explanation, I did get a little bit of a deeper explanation from Michael, but like I said, it was very consistent with that letter. So I guess, I'll just end by noting there was actually another letter submitted by Andy Peters, who is representing Larson Family LP. That was submitted last week after this week's packet was published. It wasn't included in the packet, and that also hopefully was emailed to the board. So with that, I guess I'll take questions, or like I said, we can discuss that Forest Service letter a little bit more and what Michael Broadus had to say.
Okay, Greg?
Thanks, Tammy. I'm just looking at Kevin Warner's letter. The last paragraph before the last line just confuses me a little bit. I don't know if he has a typo or if I just don't understand the last sentence. It says the closures indicated a revegetated template would meet minimal needs for their anticipated use, although they have requested a continuous access regime over and across the land. And the district has not analyzed nor approved that. Just the more threw me off. I don't know what that means. Is that a typo? Am I misinterpreting something here? I'd like to get a fuller understanding of what he's saying in that letter that may be pertinent.
Yeah, my guess, and maybe the applicant can help with this, is that they may pursue more permanent access in the future, but that hasn't been reviewed or approved. That was my take. Okay,
It looks to me as if that's their anticipated or their intent. If it's indicated in this letter, it says they have requested a continuous access regime. Is what I just want to make sure I understand that.
Okay, are there any more questions from the board for Tammy? And I don't know if John Ely, just a second, Kelly, I'll get to you in a second. I was wondering if John or Rai had anything to add for staff presentation, or we could just ask you questions later perhaps, but maybe you have something pertinent to add as part of the staff presentation.
I don't have anything to add now, Steve. Feel free to ask questions. I'll do the best I can to answer.
Okay, Kelly?
Yeah, I'm just a little confused about how all these requests sort of play into each other for an approval. So on one hand, what I'm reading is that for them to receive site plan review and activity envelope review, they have to demonstrate legal access. And the Forest Service is willing to give them temporary access if we approve their proposal. So it's a conditional approval. So I guess one question is does that meet muster for us? Does that pass our standard to have a conditional approval based on what we decide rather than a demonstration of legal access outright? And then a second question is, do we need to decide on the special review request for the temporary driveway first? So that, that is the question of whether, if that temporary driveway is approved through the special review, then that meets the access required for the activity envelope review, which meets the requirements for the U.S. Forest Service permit. So I guess I'm just a little confused on how these are all interrelated.
All right, I'll try my best at answering that. So maybe it's most helpful to actually go back to the previous round a couple years ago when this review was in front of the board. And it was initially approved based on conditional access. The applicant didn't have any kind of temporary access permit at that time, and so the board approved a similar resolution based on the condition that they obtain some sort of access to construct the cabins. So they do have legal access. They are, the property is bisected by Little Annie Road. So there is a legal access way. It was at that time the board's concern that there was no great way to construct a cabin besides hiking up those steep hillsides, and so they made that a condition that I think it was that the applicant either obtain a temporary construction permit from the Forest Service or pursue a special review approval from the board for an alternative means of access such as a helicopter, which seems a little crazy. And then lastly, I think the last option was to pursue a permanent access across Forest Service. So I guess to answer your question, one doesn't need to come before the other. Previously, the board did approve it without access from the Forest Service. And then I guess your second question was special review. Again, which one comes first, special review request for a temporary driveway? Again, they don't have to have a driveway. Previously, the board was concerned with how they would realistically construct that cabin, and so this is their solution.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Suzanne? Suzanne?
Steve, can I just add one thing? Yeah, Kelly, also I thought it would help to note that, I mean, we have done this previously with another property that accesses off of the ridge, where they initially obtained a similar authorization from the Forest Service for temporary construction access. They did later come back and make a separate request to the BOCC to make that a permanent access through a separate special review. That was done later, but with their initial application up front, we did, utilize the authorization for temporary construction access to move it forward through the initial activity envelope site plan process. And again, that's different, this is a little different because it's rural remote, where we're working from the premise that we're not requiring people to provide the same kind of driveway to their properties that we would be requiring in other areas.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay, so then I have a follow-up question. Is that okay,
Is that
Steve?
it, Kelly?
No, I just have a follow-up, I guess, clarification then. So, regardless of whatever requests they've made of the Forest Service or presentation they've made of the Forest Service as wanting that to be a more permanent roadway or driveway, the request before us is just for a temporary one with a 2-year time limit, and that any extension of that would need to come back to the board as well as having to go back to the Forest Service. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's accurate.
Okay, thanks.
So Tammy, when I was looking through all the various things, sometimes it would, responses from, I think especially from the neighbors, was referring to no other buildings up along Richmond Ridge, and yet I know that there's is it Jason Gregg, is that correct? There's also his cabin, there's the picnic cabin that the ski company uses, and I don't know if we have a map that shows those different buildings up along Richmond Ridge. Everything we showed just shows the Larson family cabin and then this proposed development. And I don't know, maybe the applicant has a map that would show that, but I'd like to try to see that sometime during today's discussion. So any further questions from the board right now of Tammy? So let's move to the presentation.
Greg?
Well, Steve, just want to say if I would like to see where the Gregg property is, where his cabin is relative to the ridge top, and you know, how far off the ridge is it? Because I've never seen his place, because I think it's actually pretty far down over the other side, on the east side. Steve, I think that's, but it would be nice to have an understanding of just how far off and how hidden it is.
Yeah, I can pull up, my best tool is probably GIS, and we can navigate around if you want to do that now. Give me just a second here. Okay. So, my screen. Wait. I'm gonna have to turn around because I've got a monitor behind me here. So the parcel right now highlighted in blue is the Hercules load. So I'll just zoom out right now. This is the AM Summit 105 LLC parcel. Right where my cursor is here is the Larson Family LP A-frame. But yeah. And then just to the north of that, I believe this is the Jason Gregg parcel. So if I zoom in, you can see his cabin also close to the property boundaries here in that access driveway. And then I guess as we're still moving north, I believe right down here is the Valley View Ajax, yep, parcel, which also has a historic pre-existing cabin on it, and then just most recently a GMQS application was approved on the adjacent parcel for another 1,000 square foot cabin. So I can navigate other places on the map, but that's just to give you some close proximity of some of the other residential development in the neighborhood.
Tammy, could you show the access to the Gregg cabin? Is that the one that we approved coming off of Richmond Hill Road? Yeah, and Suzanne might have to jump in a little bit. So here's the Jason Gregg parcel. Cursor is where their cabin is. So it looks to me from this aerial that the access is taken, it runs directly south of that parcel. As you can see it following my cursor. I believe I've actually never driven that, so Suzanne can correct me if I'm wrong there. But I think it just comes down, and then it does access through the AM Summit 105 parcel, which is bisected by Richmond Hill Road right here.
That's correct.
Okay, I had seen, I could see a road or a major two-track or something going through there, and I wondered if that was it. It looks like that was I had it pegged right then. Okay, thanks a lot, Tammy, for pulling that up. Any further questions at this time from the board for Tammy? Kelly?
Yeah, I have two. So in the code, it refers us to the comprehensive plan for an area. Do we have one that applies here? Or in the absence of that, how do we deal with that code criteria? And then I have a second question.
So there is a comprehensive plan. There's also the BOCC master plan. for the area. And that was addressed in the memo and should be in the findings as well in the resolution.
Tammy, since you had the map up, maybe you could just drop in those planning area boundaries or caucus area.
Yeah, good idea. So, if you can see on the screen, the brown lines are the caucus area boundaries. So you can see to the right is the east of Aspen, and then across Richmond Hill Ridge, there's the Castle Creek caucus area, and then over here is Moon Creek. Do you want me to drop in the planning areas?
And can you just highlight the correct property? Do you have the Gregg property highlighted?
Sorry. So that's the Gregg property. This is the Cluster Investments LLC property right here.
Thank you. And then
Am I seeing that right, that is actually the south site they are proposing is actually outside the Castle Creek caucus area?
It
kind of looks that way.
Because there is a difference between the caucus master plan boundaries and the actual planning areas. Maybe I'll let Suzanne explain that one a little bit better.
So, right, the actual east of Aspen caucus area is down basically on the valley floor, but the east of Aspen independent master plan area does extend up here to the ridge. Again, this line is drawn. We always have to recognize that some of our parcel layer is, not fully accurate, like survey level accurate. So whether or not these parcel boundaries are exact in terms of where that line is between the Castle Creek side and the East Aspen side, essentially, yes, somewhere up along the ridge is where we kind of divided, what was going to the East, East Aspen independent side versus the Castle Creek side. But, and it gets back to Kelly's question, I mean, the comprehensive plan is the overall plan that ties together all of the planning area or caucus area master plan. So there is a Pitkin County comprehensive plan that then, addresses sort of the common elements from all of those individual neighborhood plans.
So Steve, can I ask for a clarification on that?
Yeah, Patty.
So Suzanne, when you say that, we're referring to, in the resolution, we're referring to under 22, section 2-30-30, that's part of the applicable county master plan.
So if it's the reference to the comprehensive plan, I mean, where we do there is look at the neighborhood plans as well. Again, the comprehensive plan is kind of tying to get all of those together with common themes. But we do then look at the individual area master plans as well for specific directions.
Because I think this section in the resolution under section 2-30-30, and you've outlined a page, 2.5 pages or more. I think that's what Kelly was asking for at the last meeting, was for that to be added into the resolution specifically, I believe. Yes? Yes.
What page are you on?
I'm on page 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 of the reso.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
All my pink highlighted part.
So I'm seeing on 22A on the, I guess those are the recitals. It talks about the master plans in regard to the special review.
Right, in the reso.
Okay. Kelly, are you good with the answer that you got there?
Yeah, I just have one more question. With regards to the special review criteria, are we required to approve all the criteria? So does the setbacks have to meet the criteria A through G? Is that what it is, G? H.
So are you asking you can still approve it even if it doesn't meet, like one section might not meet C or D?
Right.
Or do we have to meet A through?
Exactly. Are they severable?
Is that a county attorney question?
Sorry, I was looking quickly at the code. It does say BOCC shall only approve the proposed special review use or activity if it finds that all of the following criteria are met. So then those are the criteria that Tammy, went through in the resolution.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you give me the page number on that reference, Suzanne?
I'm sorry, in the code, it's page 56 in chapter 2.
And am I seeing it right in the resolution that it's in the recitals, it's section 22 that refers to all, it doesn't say A through H, G or H or whatever, but it does have responses to different special review uses. Is that the place where those are responded to?
Yes,
In the res?
that's correct, Steve. And right, the G and H are not applicable, so those aren't included.
So Kelly, are you good?
Yes, thank you, Steve.
I think maybe we'll want to come back and look at all of those a little more closely today, but maybe the applicant will respond to some of those or all of those too, and we should probably hear them first, and then we can come back to those criteria, the special use criteria, and just double check them. Would that be good with board members? Let's see if the applicant talks about it, and maybe they could add that into their discussion too. So let's move to the presentation by the applicant. And Al, are you gonna be the one to primarily talk about this, or Jody, or a combination of both of you?
I think it's going to be a combination of both of us. Thank you. For the record, I'm Jody Edwards, and I represent Closer Investments. I will try to answer pretty much most of the questions I've heard so far. Al will answer whatever I miss. I understand that land use is not personal. These properties can always be sold, but I want you to know that these applicants are as good a steward as you could ever hope for this land. And let's hope they keep it for a long, long time. They love this property. They love this area. They've been there, been coming to this
part of the mountain for over 40 years, and they truly appreciate and love what is available back there, and they can protect it as well, if not better than almost anyone. That said, I will try to go through some of the questions. Greg, your question was first regarding the Forest Service, and we requested more permanent-like access, so that year-round constant access as would normally be the case. And as most of the people in the rural and remote, almost all people that I'm aware of, maybe not Jason Gregg, but I'm not certain about that, but everybody else in the rural remote has permanent access on a year-round basis to their property. And that's what was requested, but that was not what was granted by the Forest Service. The Forest Service only gave us the 2 years temporary access, and I think Jim's memo summarized it pretty well. We're required to reclaim and revegetate and leave only a minimally graded template for future motor vehicle use. And I don't know, maybe there was a typographical error in that letter that was sent yesterday, because that last sentence didn't make a whole lot of sense to me either, but that's the background on that issue. Regarding, let's see, on the legal access issue, I'm sorry, I dropped my pen. On the legal access issue, we have legal access, I think Kelly asked this question. We have legal access to walk from the road across public lands to our property. That's legal access. That's all you really need. And in fact, as Suzanne pointed out, in the rural and remote zone district, you're not required to have a driveway. Obviously, it makes life a whole lot more convenient if you do have a driveway, but you're not required to have a driveway. And as far as checking the box on having legal access, that exists by the fact that we can walk from Richmond Hill Road across public lands to our property. Let's see. Oh, Steve, you asked about other cabins in the area. I think Al will show more of those in addition to the one you've already seen. Concerning the master plan, and maybe I'll just take this opportunity in answering Kelly's question and just sort of go through these special review criteria one at a time. The very first one has to do with county master plan compliance. And yes, as Suzanne said, we agree. The code says very clearly you need to satisfy all of them. We believe we do satisfy all of them, and that's what staff has found. But the first one, subparagraph A, is special review use shall be consistent with the applicable county master plan. And in this case, Tammy has addressed both the Maroon Castle Creek master plan and the East of Aspen Independence Pass master plan. Both of those master plans, when you take a look at them, you'll see they have what's called a future land use map. And almost every master plan has that. And what those master plans do is they say, we want this area to develop in accordance with this plan. So there may be some areas that are AR10 that you want to be developed as rural and remote, and you'll show those as RR on that future land use map. Or there may be some areas that are currently zoned commercial that you want changed to residential, and on that future land use map, you'll show them as residential. In this case, both of those master plans show this area, the Hercules Lode, to be developed as rural and remote, as allowed by the code. And in fact, even at the conclusion of the Maroon Creek, Castle Creek master plan, it says that development in accordance with the future land use map supports the goals of the plan. So both of those master plans have been addressed merely by the fact that we are developing in accordance with a 1,000 square foot cabin, which is a use allowed by right in the rural and remote zone district, which is what's shown on those master plans. I'll just I'm going to try and go through these quickly because going through these 4 pages could take a couple hours. B, special review use shall not conflict with the applicable Pickens County Land Use Code, including the land use policies in Chapter 1. And this is where we talk about the dominant policy, Section 16030. The applicant is proposing residential development limited to a 1,000 square foot cabin, the 160 square foot storage shed, the temporary construction driveway, parking adjacent Richmond Hill Road, and the yard setbacks have been designed to avoid natural hazards and screen the cabin behind an existing stand of conifers, thereby minimizing the visual impacts. So all of that conserves and protects from further degradation the present natural environment and its resources. The development is limited to the 1,000 square foot and the plus the storage shed. That protects your natural resources. And taking that one, the next paragraph, section 16070, this one had to do with, God, I'm trying to remember. I don't remember. The compatibility and does not change the fundamental character of the neighborhood to the extent possible. Protect the scenic corridors and not impede the ability of citizens to view the night sky. The proposed scenic review uses are consistent with the existing and permitted uses on Richmond Hill Road and Little Annie Road and will not fundamentally change the character of the area. As we saw when we were looking at that GIS map, the character of the area is there are roads in there already. There are driveways in there already. I will show you, there are several cabins in that area, all developed within the rural and remote zone district. This is exactly consistent with that. It's developed in the same manner, limited to a 1,000 square foot cabin and a 160 foot storage shed. There won't be any effect on the night skies because it's tucked in behind the conifer trees. And so you can't see it from 82, you can't see it from Castle Creek, and you can't even see it from Richmond Ridge. Continuing subparagraph C, as in cat, shall not or must not materially endanger public health, safety, or welfare. And in this case, what we're talking about is remember the special review uses are the driveway and the federal permit and the setbacks and the use of the parking area. I'm sorry. The driveway has been engineered, and we have stamped engineering plans, so there's no danger to the health, safety, or welfare. The setbacks, that's not really applicable, and federal permit's already been granted conditionally. So there is no health, safety, or welfare impact. D, as in dog, must not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. Well, we probably spent a couple of hours on this in 2018. And it's covered here pretty carefully in the memo. There are only a few adjacent property owners. The biggest two are the U.S. Forest Service and AM Summit 105. AM Summit 105 not only owns the Tilly and the Summit parcel, but they also own most of the property to the west of this property that abuts it all along the west. And that particular area of land has been preserved and is only used for skiing, and the TDRs were stripped off of it. So both the Forest Service and AM Summit granted permission for, in fact, in the Forest Service case, required this application. The other two adjoining property owners are the Larson Family Limited Partnership and CFU Junior Trust A and B Partnership, both of which are subject to a rather extensive deed restriction. The Larson parcel has a perpetually vested right to build a 1,500 square foot cabin and to use their words, pretty much anywhere on the ridge. So there was information that's in your record that the value in that property is not, it's in the land, it's not in that A-frame, and it's not affected by the potential construction behind a stand of existing conifers of a 1,000 square foot cabin, because they've got 35 acres, maybe it's 38, it's one or the other, and 35.8, that's what it is. And they can build their 1,500 square foot cabin anywhere on there. So the value is in that land. It is not a substantially injured by a 1,000 square foot cabin tucked behind the trees. It's also not injured by the driveway, the setbacks, the Forest Service permit, or the parking area. The CFU Junior property is undevelopable. I mean, actually, technically, if you read that deed restriction, they can put ski towers for a ski lift on their property, but that's it. The subparagraph E, special reviews shall be consistent with the intent of the zone district. It is exactly consistent with the intent. We are, this is the only way you can build within this zone district. We're building the 1,000 square foot cabin. And I mean, you can read, I don't want to read this to you, but you can read, these are, staff's findings on why we've satisfied each one of those criteria. Subparagraph F, compatible with the character in the immediate vicinity of the parcel, enhance the mixture of compatible or complementary uses and activities. Again, the special review uses satisfy all that. A large portion of the AM Summit parcel to the west is subject to a deed restriction. Other parcels in the immediate vicinity contain limited residential development. Al's going to take you through those. Same thing for subparagraph G. Must be in harmony. Yes, that the way you develop in harmony is you develop exactly the way everything else is built. A 1,000 square foot cabin, roads that are fairly primitive. Subparagraph H, again, this is adequate public facilities, and yes, to the extent we need public facilities, they are, we can serve the cabin, but emergency services under that zone district are not allowed there anyway. So that's kind of those criteria. I think, let me see if there's anything I missed. No, I don't see anything else. If anybody has any questions before I turn it over to Al. Oh, wait. Before Al goes, I have two comments on the resolution and a request. The request is that I believe you need to, I don't know whether the public hearing was closed last time, and there's been a little bit of confusion about that. There was a letter that was submitted that suggested it had been closed. I want to make sure you open the public hearing. There were a couple of new items put in the record, and the public should be allowed to comment on those items. Then on the resolution, in paragraph 20 of the recitals, there's a typographical error that I think we need to correct, and it is the next to last sentence. It says, this is the only designated access to the AM Summit 105 LLC parcel. What that should say is, this is the only designated access to the Hercules Lode parcel. That should be corrected. And then in the body of the resolution, paragraph number 6, again, the next to last sentence, it says, and it's talking about after the construction access is done. Future summer access will be limited to non-motorized transportation. I think that should, or I'd like to request that that be changed so as to be consistent with the United States Forest Service decision memo. I don't want one decision memo saying one thing and the resolution saying something different. And so that's the second requested change. Other than that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Jody, what was the reference changing it to Hercules load from the other? What was the page and number that was on?
That is in paragraph 20 of the recitals, which is on page 4 of the resolution or page 108 of your digital packet. And then the other change I was requesting is paragraph 6 in the body of the resolution, which is on page 9 of the resolution or page 113 of your digital packet.
Okay, thanks, Jody. Any questions? Well, let's see. Let's go ahead and have Al's presentation now, and then we can take all commissioner questions to you all at once.
You maybe wanted to see the Google Earth view. Could somebody explain me what would you like to see before I start touring around?
Well, Al, there were references made to the picnic cabin of the ski company, to the Gregg property, and if there are other, I think with reference to the impact along the Richmond Hill Road, that like if there's only one cabin, the Larson's A-frame, and this one is totally changing the neighborhood, it's one thing, but just in order to see what is the actual impact of, the various cabins along the ridge, what are their access roads like compared to what is proposed for this property, just to make sure it's compatible with the neighborhood and not like destroying the scenic view of Richmond Ridge or anything like that. So that's why I was asking for that.
Okay, great. I'll do screen share then and just go into Google Earth and take a tour around. Okay, again, this is generally where the driveway is and generally the cabin site. And I'll try to not make anybody seasick by access there. This yellow partition over here is the Gregg cabin, which I think they just received their certificate of occupancy this year. So the full revegetation hasn't been done on that roadway yet. This is the Larson A-frame off of the ridge, which unfortunately, if I go into street view, you won't be able to see it, but that's pretty visible from up on the road there. And you can see, this might help to kind of get a sense of, from the bridge, you might think, oh, I can see down to the Gregg cabin. Don't really see it a whole lot. And likewise, from the ridge here, if I'm on top of the ridge, and this is the public road here that goes to the snowdrift, this road here could be the subject of a meeting all on its own. It's a social trail that's been, the county tried to re-veg it and it came right back again. And you can see why it's there, because everybody can't get through the snowdrift and they drive up and around. So that spur road has been there for decades. But That tends to be used during some of the year. Primarily, this is Richmond Ridge Road over here. And as you go by where the closure site is, you don't even, if I were to zoom in on this road, let me see if this will work. Yep. I'm now on the road here. You don't really see the, over the side. And here I am on the spur road. Sorry to get this slope. If I back up from the spur road, I wouldn't be able to, even from this illegal road here, I can't see down the edge over to where the, see if I can get out of this exit ground level view. Thank you. So the closer's site is down and off of the ridge, and this might give you a little better sense of that. And when you're on Richmond Hill Road here, at the intersection of Richmond Hill Road and Little Annie Road, you can't see it. When you're down on Little Annie Road coming up, you can't see it. I'm kind of flying up in the air and then coming back down to give you a sense of where that is. So for 90%, or 99, 100% of all the vehicle traffic, they would never be able to see the cabin from their roads. Even from way back up on Richmond Hill Road over here, it's not visible. There are, as you can see, lots of other places where either people are driving in the summer or it's part of the snowcat operations. And the character of that area is hardly pristine, as you know. And it's, this is an area, it's the rural and remote zone. It's not the wilderness zone, it's the rural and remote. And it's just the human nature. I don't know how you control all the humans from using this area as they do. Here's further along Richmond Hill Road where, there's all kinds of camping that always kind of seems to happen there. And that's kind of the character and the use by the public of Richmond Hill. And then I think that covers, the other lunch cabin. Let me put that one into the view for you here. Sorry, Steve, you had asked about that one. The lunch cabin is down off to the east side over here during powder tours, in the powder tours area. And probably when the powder tour cat comes, it drops off here and they ski down the hillside. If anything, the Gregg cabin would affect more people with vehicle access to this area because they're on the ski tours and they're skiing down to the Sheens Road below here, and then they snowcat back up and they just go ski right by the cabin, which is sort of the same character as the powder tours gets when they ski down Little Annie Basin. They'll go by, this is wonderfully called the Village of the Dams, because there used to be a dam that lived here and a dam that lived here, down further on Little Annie Road. And now it's, I think Bibbs lives here and Dan has his place there. Another place of Dan's here. You've got Jordan's place on the corner over here. You've got Izzy's place was back up in the woods here, hidden back up over in here. You have the original Miller cabin back over here. It's Peter Bissick is in over here. And I think this is a good victory lap for the zoning to show this was originally Dick Nye's house back here in the point, and he was the last guy to get a 5750 house built in the rural and remote zone district. And so, and then in addition to that, there's a caretaker cabin down here and another cabin over here. Each of those are 1,000 square footers. This is the cabin that's now owned. It used to be Hawk Greenways. Now the Waltons have that. Buzz Cooper had a cabin site down here. I'm not certain who's on that. And then you've got all of this stuff down over here, which is Tom Barron's area, or what was his name? Whitey Ketchums, I think it was. But anyway, back to this notion of the downzoning of rural and remote prohibited these 5750 houses for each one of these cabin sites. So what's been done with the master plans and the land use code is when it all went to rural and remote, that's your victory right there, is you reduce the development through zoning from 5750 down to 1,000 square foot. And that is what the land use code is saying. And I think it's good to note that it's a land use code. It's not the land we don't use this. It's, you know, that's the wilderness areas. So this is area that, per the master plans, they anticipated development, but let's make the development as sympathetic to the environment as we can. And the zoning primarily did that. That's your biggest piece of evidence that are we matching up with the master plan is, yeah, we're following this reduced area square footage of development. So I think, is that enough of a kind of a quick tour?
Yeah, that was good.
That's
Thanks, Al.
Yeah, I'm good with that now.
Alrighty, great. I'll stop sharing.
Okay, Jody and Al, do you have any other things you want to bring up right now?
I don't, thank you. We just.
I would just add one thing. In the Kevin Warner letter, he just transposed a and more. So they had requested a more permanent one, and he said they requested more a permanent one. Hopefully that helps that.
So just to confirm, and I think it's what you said before, that all you want is the temporary use permit for the construction. And then going forward, you're going to do everything over the snow or walk in during the summer from the little parking area. And that's what you represented at our previous hearing. And that's correct, I believe, not the assumption that you were asking for a more permanent thing like the letter seemed to indicate.
Yeah, originally they did request a more permanent, of course, everybody would want it. Let's have it, let's make it easy. We've had the neighbors argue against the cabin, like you can't do a cabin if you can't have access to it. That the Forest Service didn't give that. And we've seen the example for the Jason Drake for that, which meets up with what the National Forest Service's requirement they have to do is they do have to provide access for some, but if once in 10 years we have to pump the septic tank and the truck needs to drive across the grass to get over there, and it does it across that, a bit of a bench, regraded bench area, they'll drive across and go back over, much like the way that the cars are further up the way are driving off of the road and camping and pulling back over. But in this case, it only happens if you get permission from the Forest Service. So it's on a case-by-case basis for that. And so that's, yes, it limits it for the closers, but they've accepted that, and that's the way that we're going to go with it. And yes, consistently, as we've said before, it's a temporary access to make construction better, which I think ultimately is going to make construction less impactful. And then once the cabin is built, most of the time they're going to ski walk there for sure.
Okay, thanks, Al. Are there questions from the board members for the applicant? Let's see, Jody. Oh, Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, I hear Al saying that they're not going to be requesting permanent access, but I see the Forest Service stating that they will be. I don't. I'm going to go with what I think the Forest Service is saying, is that they're anticipating, expecting, or it's already been asked for. So if the request from the applicants has changed the Forest Service, I want clarity on that. Thank you.
Just responding to that real quick, and then I'll get to you, George. I mean, we could put it in the resolution, that specificity on that. how we understand it to be. Without, I mean, we could be the ones to, to put that condition on too. George?
Well, I think it was the answer to Kelly's earlier question that if and when the applicant goes to the Forest Service for a permanent access, they not only have to get permission from the Forest Service, but it falls back under the BOCC as well. So you already have that ability to review any further requests. I think that was asked and answered earlier.
But Steve, that brings us, George, to the thing that Jody brought up on page 9 of the reso under 6. He wants us to eliminate, at that time, future summer access will be limited to non-motorized transportation. He wants us to eliminate that statement.
I don't want to speak for Jody, but I thought Jody asked that it be consistent with the Forest Service.
Okay, so
Correct.
that would say that in the future it would have to come back for Forest Service approval and to the BOCC for permanent access.
Correct.
So my question then would be, if it's not technically permanent, it's just for that propane tank to, come in and fill up their propane or deliver water or septic, pumping, is that something they can just drive over? It's technically not permanent. It's a one-time shot every, 5 to 10 years or once a year for propane and water. So I don't know how we address that, because I don't see any reasonable way for them to get propane, water, and septic other than by using that access. I just don't know if the board has a problem with that. I'm just throwing it out there. And the board's not responding to it.
Well, I'd like clarity if that interpretation is what the applicant intends.
Yeah.
Would be to use that summer access on a very interim basis, only for delivery of supplies or pumping.
Right, or do they plan to do it from Richmond Hill Road?
Yeah, if they could get water and propane down, but I don't think they can get propane down there. But I don't know. I'm not a propane guy. Jody's going to explain it to me.
Under the force, Patty, I think you were correct. Under the force, well, first off, I agree. George was correct. What I was requesting in that paragraph 6 is that it be consistent with the U.S. Forest Service memo. But back to your question, yes, on a case-by-case basis, the closers have the right to request of the Forest Service the ability to go in there and, or the ability to ask the Forest Service for permission to go in there, for example, to pump septic, or for example, to deliver propane. And that's going to be, septic is every 10 or 20 years. Propane, I don't know. Same with water, I don't know. It's more frequent. Depends on how much they use the cabin. But on a case-by-case basis, they have the right, under the decision memo from the USFS, to ask for permission to go in. If the Forest Service grants permission, then they can go in and do that. And we would like your approval to be consistent with that and not in opposition to that.
Okay, I wouldn't have a problem addressing that kind of language in this section under 6 or under, it also comes up in G, on page 7 under G, under the special review. Talks about trash service, delivery, septic, water, etc. So wherever you want to put it to clarify it is fine with me, as long as we clarify that.
This just,
Kelly?
Thanks. I just want to note that their application was for a temporary construction driveway. Their application to Pitkin County was for a special review of a temporary construction driveway. We are not hearing that now.
I don't think we're granting them, and we're saying they can come back and request in the future. It's not being granted as part of this application, in my mind.
I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing that they don't have to come back to us for these temporary uses that they get approved by the Forest Service. They would only come back to the BOCC to make permanent use of that driveway. We're being asked for two different things.
Okay, I don't see anybody jumping in on that one.
So I'll just put that out there.
Yeah, yes. We are asking that the approval be consistent with the U.S. Forest Service memo, and I think Kelly is correct in her characterization of that, is that we would come back once every however many years for septic and periodically for water and periodically for propane. I don't see that is inconsistent with our application. It is what is approved by the Forest Service, and we're asking that you approve that as well.
So Jody, then you're saying under 6, you would like it to read something about consistent with U.S. Forest Service approval?
Yes, yes, or we could use the exact language. It could say, at that time, future summer access will be limited to motorized transportation on a case-by-case basis when allowed by the U.S. Forest Service.
How does that purview come back to the county for the county to weigh in on that?
I'm sorry, Patty, what was that?
Does the county get to weigh in on that in the future?
Do you want to weigh in on a case-by-case basis every time we want water? Or my assumption was, based on what Suzanne, I think it was Suzanne, said earlier, that we would come back only if, for example, the Forest Service gave us permanent access and we wanted to use it as a permanent access all summer long.
Okay. I'm just asking the board if they want to weigh in it every time, or just if it was to come back for permanent request.
I would interject that jump in. Needs to make a decision as to whether or not you're talking about permanent access or temporary access. Temporary access is something that terminates. Permanent access is something that goes on indefinitely into the future. It may not be with great frequency if it's done only for septic, propane, and water, but it's nonetheless, it's permanent. So in the course of this approval, it should be clear what the board is sanctioning to happen up there. Either it's something that's temporary and it's gone after 2 seasons of construction or 30 days after a CO, whichever is sooner, and then revegetation requirements kick in, or it's not. It's something that's going to stay permanent, but perhaps with a restricted use. The restricted use, of course, is it's not going to be monitored by the county, but that type of iteration would make it clear as to what it is you're approving. The board, I don't feel, can divest itself of an ability to review a request for a road and road remote, even when the road crosses Forest Service or property of the United States, simply because we do have the authority to analyze off-site impacts of that type of land use on federal property and to approve it or not.
Let's see. Let's go to Greg first. He had his hand up, and then we'll go to you, Al.
Yeah, hi. I appreciate the tour Al gave. It looks like the building site they've chosen is nicely hidden in a stand of trees, and you're right. I can imagine a lot of people driving by and not seeing it. The part that I choke on is the road. The road across the meadow was visible pretty much from everywhere you showed us on that tour. And as you say, how do you control human access and human behavior up there with creation of new roads? And this is one of the new roads. It's going to be, people are going to drive down to see what's there. And so I'm having trouble with the road. I'm not clear at all with the way this works. It sounds like a foot in the door. Oh, we're going to give you temporary access now, so we get the approval, but we're going to end up with a permanent road there. The county tells me to check out and clean out my septic system every 2 years. So I don't think we're going 10 years on your septic, or you're going to have a problem with your on-site wastewater. You know, the public health department will be talking to you. I can see where this is going personally, and I fear it's a new road. Just want to say we've received comments since the last meeting from citizens who are concerned about this, about approvals back in there, and about creation of new private holdings and whatever is, very public land. It's kind of like building a house on a golf course, maybe right on the green in some ways, or just off, and pushing a road across it. So this is where I'm having a problem, and I don't see clarity from the Forest Service. I think our board really tries to reach for consensus on these things, and I'm certainly not on board with this yet. So I'm gonna make my request now that we continue this. One, because I want more clarity. I want to understand what the Forest Service means by this temporary road and what it means by the application, the intent to create something more permanent. I think we're going to have a permanent driveway across a fragile public meadow that's highly visible. And I think the Forest Service has written off responsible stewardship in an area which I consider to be very high public value property. And I don't like that the Forest Service doesn't seem to put much value in this. So I would say that if they need the road to build the place, I guess I understand that. If they would guarantee us that they could regrade and restore and make it disappear, which would be very difficult and problematic, that would be closer to what I seek, because I think the cabin would be hidden, but the road's not going to be hidden, and there's just no way. People will be driving in to see what's there. And it may encourage people to create more roads. So regarding good stewardship might mean leaving no footprints and no trace, I think. And that was the gist of the letters we received from the public as well. So I would request our board consider continuing this. It's not building season anymore. I don't think much is going to happen up there until next spring or summer. And I would certainly like to request that.
Let's go to Al first, and then George, and then Tammy.
Thank you, guys. Greg, I want to address first your concerns about it not being clear. I don't think the Forest Service letter could be any more clear than what Kevin Warner wrote. He said, the closers indicated a revegetated template would meet minimal needs for their anticipated use, although they have requested a more continuous regime over and across the forest land, which the district has not analyzed nor approved. So the district has not approved a long-term driveway there. We are not requesting a long-term driveway there. The Forest Service does have the ability to allow us to drive over the grass to get to the property. They can do that. That's all that's going to be asked for on a case-by-case basis. Meanwhile, the driveway itself is removed. Now we get into this whole notion of access. Our access doesn't go away. We have permanent access. We have the ability permanently to access our property. We're not asking for permanent access. We're not asking for a permanent driveway access, because a driveway by definition is, it's got a hard surface. It's made to take, it's designed to handle traffic. That's what a driveway is done. A rehabilitated landscape that you can drive over is not a permanent driveway, and that's what we're not requesting for. So I think we all got on board with what the Forest Service limitations were, and you as county commissioners have control over that. What you'll have to do is say, yeah, we're going to trust the Forest Service to monitor that we're not requesting to drive in there once a week, or we're not going to be requesting, or if somebody is moving there, that's going to get maintained. So I don't think it's that hard of a stretch for you as the BOCC to allow the Forest Service to take care of the monitoring of how that access happens once a year, once every 5 years, however it needs to be after construction. Consistently, we are asking for a temporary construction driveway. That will go away. There will not be a permanent construction driveway because we won't permanently be doing construction. And it's got a 2-year limitation, so you're pretty well covered on, hey, these guys are going to have to start rehabbing, re-vegging pretty much immediately is when they're done with construction. On the driveway that you mentioned, Greg, that you saw on the Google thing for the Halo cabin, they just received their certificate of occupancy. So that hasn't been restored yet. So it's really unfair to look at a Google Earth view of a 2-track road through a meadow and say, oh my gosh, that's a scar. We couldn't possibly give another chance for a scar because see what happened the last time. Well, that one hasn't gone through the process of revegetation yet. So that's not the one to look at. The driveway to look at would be the one going to the A-frame of the Larson, on the Larson property, which is hard to see. It's just a bare, you can't even tell what's there, yet they are driving back and forth to that whenever they use their cabin. That's what we're trying to compare to, because that's our goal. So hopefully that answers it for people.
Okay, George?
Yeah, Steve, I'm not going to support Greg's asking for a continuance. We've already asked and honored a continuance to answer some of these questions. And I understand that, and I'm not in totally disagreement with Greg. I understand Greg would like to see no further development ever along the ridge of Richmond Ridge. And I'm not disagreeing with that, but you've got private property rights here as well, and you've got other cabins. And so, you know, if it comes down to a vote, and Greg, each of us have our own vote, so be it. But I don't think it's being fair or doing justice to the applicants who continue to have to incur costs with their attorney, with their architect, just because we're just trying to delay a process. We have the information. Perhaps if we want to try to tighten up this resolution a little bit tighter with this temporary access, which is being asked for, and then any further requests for any auxiliary uses, whether it's propane or pumping the septic, maybe there's a way that we can word that in there that the BOCC does get notified and has the ability to provide comments to the Forest Service regarding those additional uses.
Okay, thank you, George. And George, just so everyone knows, you pretty much spoke my mind on right down the line. I agree with you. I think incorporating more of the Forest Service language, like I would put the actual language from the Forest Service resolution into ours, like Jody had suggested. And I like the idea of when requests were made for just a one-time trip in there, that somehow our community development department would be notified of that, and that would be the way to refer it to the county. And if the county has, you know, was happening every week or something, we would know about that. If it's happening once every 5 or 10 years, there's not going to be a problem. So let's see. Tammy has her hand up. Let me go to Tammy, then to Patty.
Yeah, Greg, I do have some notes from my conversation with Michael Broaddus that might help out just a little bit to interpret that letter. And to summarize, he basically said that it's reasonable to expect that at some point in the future, closers are going to need some kind of access, vehicular access in the summer months. And he made it really clear that that would be a once in a while occurrence. It's definitely not every time they want to go to their cabin and take a vehicle. He said that they have, right, they've done this on other parcels and they have denied those requests when there's seasonal issues, until seasonal conditions change. Like if it's not that imperative, like he gave an example of needing to repair a generator, but the Forest Service actually denied that request and said you need to wait until, you know, it snows and you can obtain over the snow access. What also, he made the point that the Forest Service saw it as less impactful because, right, if they didn't need access, they may have to regrade and then revegetate all over again, or, you know, if a vehicle accessed across that lane, they'd be sliding or causing more damage than having that template. So hopefully that helps answer some of your questions and read in between those lines of that letter. But I just wanted to add that in.
Okay, thanks, Tammy. Patty?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with adding language consistent with the U.S. Forest Service, and additionally putting something in there that community development will be notified and may choose to submit comments. It can either, as community development, we trust them, and if they feel that this is not appropriate use for wanting a temporary access over there in the summertime months, then they can either address it or they can bump it to the board for the board to comment. And I think we should put language in there wherever you choose to make it most important, whether it's under 6 probably, and on page 9. The other thing I have, to change gears a little bit, we did ask about trespassing, and I didn't think that our concerns about trespassing were just limited to construction, because it says on page 6 of the reso, under D, under D, third paragraph, mechanisms will be used to assure there'll be no trespass by construction vehicles as those vehicles pass through the 7-foot 4-inch access point. I thought we were talking about trespassing at all onto the neighboring parcels by anyone, and I'm not quite sure how you define mechanisms. Is that an acceptable term in there, or do we need to clarify that more? Or is the board comfortable with the way it reads?
Patty, I don't know what page you're on.
It's page 6 of the reso, and I'm sorry, George, I don't have it electronic. Page 6 of the reso.
Oh, that's 110.
Under D, last paragraph before E.
So Patty, the mechanism would be the little triangular metal kind of a thing that was in the, in the application showing that would be put in right.
No, Steve. This is mechanisms will be used to assure there'll be no trespass. I don't know how that's interpreted. It's not the mechanism to get over the 7-foot by 4-inch triangle. It's mechanisms to assure there will be no trespass. Oh, you're saying that little metal wall that comes up is going to assure there's no trespass? Is that where you're going, Steve?
Well, I'd like Jody.
Yeah, Jody, help me.
The applicant
first off, on page 6, which is 110 of the digital packet, where Patty was just quoting mechanisms will be used to assure, that is in response to the special review criteria about injuring the value of the adjoining property. That is not, I don't believe, where we address the whole trespass concern that was raised at the last hearing. And maybe Tammy can help me a little bit about where that is, but I think it's more paragraph building permit, paragraph 5, subparagraph E, little I, demonstration of how trespassing on private property will be avoided. That's
Okay.
required for building permit. We can't get a building permit without that. That, I think, Patty, is where where Tammy addressed the second issue that was raised at the last hearing. But in answer to, the mechanisms, I mean, maybe Al can address that better than I can, but it's exactly what Steve said. It's the steel triangle.
Right, the plate.
That keeps us off of the neighboring property.
Okay. It's just that I thought we were talking about trespassing on a broader sense,
Yeah,
not
I
just
think-
for construction access.
I don't think you guys ever, I'm sorry, I don't think everybody here is trying to say that, hey, let's talk about how any development project is going to not trespass on the neighbors, whether it's simple or not. That's almost not really what we're here to talk about. We're here to make sure that we can get through that gap. And do so without trespassing on the two corners, because that was the specific piece.
Yeah, wait, guys.
And that we demonstrated about before. That's on the record. I think all of that is there enough for you to reach a good decision about, yes, we have methodology to build the cabin without doing so. We will show more details of those mechanisms at the time of building permit. That's written into the resolution. I think you're pretty well covered on that, and it's sort of a scary road to get on. Just because they have a neighbor who is screaming and shaking their arms and waving their lawyers at you, that you're having to go into other realms of, and we need to make sure that they never trespass on our property. And like, do we do this for every development application, or is it just for when somebody's squeaky wheel? A little bit of that seems
we do it when we have a concern about trespassing.
Really trying
So,
to do today.
I'm comfortable with the construction access over that little triangle. Mine was a broader concern about trespass of people wandering off the construction site onto the neighbor's property, because, we're not going to do fencing and sound barrier walls. So I just want to make sure that we respect the neighbor's property during construction and afterwards, so that people aren't wandering onto the neighbor's property, because that also is their property right. So that's just where I'm going. I'm comfortable with the piece of metal and the 7 foot by 4 inch. I was going broader.
I have a suggestion. The mechanism to prevent the trespassing could also include, during construction, putting up some sort of flagging close to the property line. Doesn't have to be right on the property line. You probably would trespass on the neighbors in the process of putting that on, but you could have a construction site. You might have to put up the temporary fence to catch any dirt or something anyhow. I don't know if you would, but that could be the mechanism, just to prevent equipment or someone from walking onto the neighbors. And you could also, part of the mechanism could just be a statement by you that you will not trespass on the neighbor's property. That could be, you could consider that a mechanism also, just a verbal or a written promise to that effect, I think.
Yeah, Steve, I agree. I just got a text from Emily and Mike saying that they have no problem flagging it and protecting it with maybe even construction fence if we need to pull it off of the line. I don't think that will be any problem in terms of their approach to it and how they will deal with it. It is worth noting, though, we're talking about sort of random trespassing in the Little Annie Basin, of which primarily Emily's father owns most of the land that's been trespassed across by everybody who's ever recreated back there. But that's an aside. They are fully cognizant of the issues they would have with their neighbor, the Larson Family Partnership, and of course keen to avoid any extra conflict there. They've been through 3 years of hell with them. They really don't want any more.
Thank you, Emily.
So, let's see, if there are no further board questions at this moment, I want to address the issue of the public hearing, which we fully intend to reopen the public hearing at this time. And perhaps it was me using the improper wording last time when I said I'm closing the public hearing now. That meant at that meeting, at that moment, we weren't going to accept any phone calls from anybody the rest of that meeting. I did not intend it to mean we wouldn't have public hearing at the continuation of the hearing, because that's how it's been, just assume that the public hearing continues till the matter is decided. And so,
well, I think that was me, Steve.
That the new
I think that was me, and we did continue the public hearing. Rye had told us.
So let's continue the public hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at this moment, the public hearing for today, I'm going to open it for public comment. And so the public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per person. And people may phone in. I believe that probably Mr. Peters would want to be speaking for the Larson family, and we'll also be watching to see if anyone phones in. Also, we do have Jay Hammond that's still present in the call, and he might be wanting to speak also. So public hearing is open, and Andrew Peters, do you want to speak first? I'm sure that you are wanting to speak.
I am, thank you. And I do represent Larson Family LP. I'm hopeful that I can share my screen here. Hopefully it pops up. Is that working?
Yes.
Okay, great. Our planners put together a little visual up here on the top of the ridge. I just want to address a couple of points here. The first one with respect to the other cabins that are around here. I think as you saw, there's really nothing else that has an access drive and a permanent parking area at the very top of the ridge like this. Jason Gregg's down off the east side. The lunch cabin is certainly down off the east side too. We, on our tour, went quite a ways down on the west side of the ridge into the Lanny Basin. The ridge is something distinct. I've stood up there myself a couple times. You don't see anything other than Richmond Hill Road and the unfortunate illegal spur road up there. There's nothing else that you can see on the ridge, with the exception of the A-frame that's been there since the 60s. So I do think this is quite a bit different. But with respect to the access itself, I think we're hearing what amounts to an amendment to the application now. As you'll recall, last week, or rather 2 weeks ago, there was quite a bit of talk about how Larson Family LP was incorrect for calling this a permanent access road and critiquing this as a permanent access road. But what you're hearing today is that the request is in fact for permanent access. Maybe it's more limited permanent access, but it's permanent nonetheless. It's not for a temporary construction driveway. And as you see, it's going to go right across the ridge up there. So there's also, I think, a distinction needs to be made between the approval on the Forest Service property and the approval on both the Hercules and the Tilly load. So this isn't just a matter of the Forest Service property. This is a question about whether it's permanent on those properties as well. That doesn't depend on the Forest Service. It doesn't require consistency with the Forest Service. We certainly, for all the reasons that we listed in the memo, for the things that we talked about last week, oppose any approval on this application. But at the same time, if you're going to approve it, I think you heard 2 weeks ago that the applicant is perfectly capable of servicing this property without having wheeled access. In fact, they told us all the ways that they were going to service it without wheeled access. And yet this time we're hearing a different application that says, well, we do want it, and maybe we'll just get it some of the time or a limited amount of the time. But if it was good 2 weeks ago, I think that it should be good now. And the result should be, I think, that if you do decide to approve this nonetheless, that you require the elimination of the road. Maybe you can only do it as to the private property on either end, but I think elimination of the road will prevent this access, will prevent the future degradation. Our concerns about the road have always been its permanence, and the permanence was inconsistent with the master plan. We've heard about temporary construction construction access. But now we're hearing about permanent cuts and permanent changes to the road. So again, we'd request that you deny the application or to not at least require the elimination of the road after the construction access is over.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Let's go see if there's anyone. Jay Hammond, you are on the call. Do you want to make any comments at this time?
Thanks, Steve. You know, I really feel like you guys have kind of zeroed in on the concern from our perspective on behalf of the Larsons. I mean, I think, you know, my concern boils down to sort of two issues. You know, one is, can you build even a temporary access of 7 feet in width through a 7-foot 4-inch opening in the property line? We just don't see how you do that without trespassing on the adjacent parcels, which are basically 2 inches away. And then the second point is simply that they are showing us things here that will require maintenance in the long term. And you guys have zeroed in exactly on the concerns we have, that you're going to need to deliver more propane. You're going to need to pump those septic tanks, even if it's very rarely. But, you know, those functions generally involve pretty good sized trucks and vehicles you're not really going to get through that opening, and you need to get close enough to things to do what you need to do. So that's exactly the concern, and we feel like that pitch point is just too narrow to really pull that off without encroaching and trespassing on the Larson parcels. So I think you guys are talking exactly about the concern we have on behalf of the Larson.
Thank you, Jay. If anyone else wishes to call in, I need to call in to the number listed on the grassroots screen or at the top of our agenda. And we'll give a little bit of time to that. Let's see. Emily and Mike, you haven't spoken yet, but I'll give you a chance to speak, not as part of the public hearing, but if you wish to, as part of your presentation too. I'm sorry, I should have called on you earlier. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else phoning in for the public hearing, so at this point, I will officially close the public hearing.
Steve, I think Emily wants to
First
speak.
of all,
He's going to give her a chance.
and Emily,
I don't see he saw him unmute.
I'll give you plenty of time. Now, you don't have a time limit. Don't worry about the 3-minute thing. The public hearing is closed, and this is part of the applicant's presentation.
Well, first of all, I've been silent for over 2 years, I think, in this whole process, and I want to appreciate, my name is Mike Closer, I'm sorry, Emily's husband. I'm just a face in the screen up to this point in time. But anyway, I just want to say, you know, Jody touched on it earlier, that we are just a family from Vail that has spent a lot of time in Aspen for over 40 years. And we love to recreate. We stay at the Miller Cabin, which, as you know, is on the backside as well. And it's a very low impact, I think I could speak on that behalf, the cabin itself and its setting. And I do think that if people get to know us, that we really are good stewards of the land, and we would really be good neighbors. We'd like to look out for our land as well as the rest of there. Our only intention with this in the beginning and up to now is really to have a place to enjoy of our own, because the Miller family cabin is exactly that, a family cabin. And we don't know if that'll be in the family forever, but we wanted a place. We found a little piece of land that suited our interest. We love the back country, and we don't intend to trespass or harm our neighbors. And honestly, the little bit of land surrounding us is just teeny little triangles. It's under less than a square foot that you might touch if you went to an 8-foot driveway. which is in itself a moot point because we don't intend to trespass on that. We intend to use the land to recreate and for family pleasure. We don't intend on abusing any of the rights up there. And honestly, if you look at what's going on up there, there's a lot of other abuse and of private property up there. Some of it is Castle Creek Investors, which is Emily's father is an owner in. And he's respected the fact that it is public land. There is a lot of public land up there, and people don't know the boundaries. And so you accept what it is up there. We don't intend, again, to trespass. We just want to be good stewards. And I appreciate all the time and effort that everyone has put into this and hope that the decision is made in the righteous manner.
All right, thank you, Mike. Emily, do you want to speak?
I don't have a whole lot to say that he didn't just say. It's, to say this process is frustrating is an understatement of my life. Just from all the experiences I have had with Castle Creek Investors, as my dad had his 90th birthday yesterday, I've kind of overseen a lot of that investment group, and I have seen the abuses by other people up there, and I have seen what's worked. I do look at what CCI has granted to other homeowners, other cabin owners on the cuts that he's allowed across his land to prevent any Forest Service property being used, and even if they could use their own property, he allowed them to use CCI property, so the cut was smaller. And when we wanted something, our neighbor wouldn't reciprocate that, and we could have such a smaller cut if she would have given us our way in. It would have just been, no one would have even seen it. It would have been completely out of the public eye. And it's disheartening to go through this process when you know you only have great intentions and a good heart, and have a neighbor that paints you as some concrete developer that wants suburbia up there. And it's really, it's just disheartening. That's more or less what I have to say. So thank you so much for all the time you have given us and the consideration you've given us. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, thanks, Emily. George, you had your hand up, I think. Okay. So the one statement did ring a bell to me, because I thought of it earlier, that in our previous hearing, you did indicate you would be able to pump the septic tank out in the wintertime, or using some just extended hoses. You wouldn't actually have to drive in there with a big truck. Same way with delivering propane, and yet now today you're indicating that you would be wanting to take the bigger vehicles in there, albeit, every few years or something. So could you explain, and maybe that would be you explaining that, Al, more than anybody, because it's the technical side of actually doing the work and how you go about doing it. And I would like to see you stand by what you said 2 weeks ago, that you don't anticipate ever having to drive in there again. But if you absolutely had to for some unforeseen circumstance, then you could go back to the Forest Service and get a one-time permit to go in. So, Al, could you respond to?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I think that you're right. That just to have some clarity that, hey, we don't need to go back there, as the issue got, how we ended up where we are this week versus last week was, I think Greg had some concerns about the Forest Service. What did it do? The Forest Service came back to clarify that theirs was a bench, but revegetated, and that was their policy. So we thought, well, we'll just stay consistent with that policy since that's consistent. if we needed to, though, I don't think that access would be abused by just any time going over there. And I think it would be possible to pump without having to go across it, or maybe you're not going to have to go all the way across to get to there. I think we'd still stand by everything we said last week, that we could do everything we have to without access, but there could be a point in time in the future, something we don't know, that it would be the most effective ways to go to the Forest Service and say, all right, can we drive across the grass there? And now it might even be, can we use that spur road, which is interesting that nobody's talked about, is this giant illegal road up there that's for a mile long that nobody seems bothered by that. We're not having any conversations about how that's been in existence forever. But we could we could just drive on that and use that Forest Service property to put the truck there on that existing spur road and run the hose down there. But again, we would still need to go before the Forest Service to ask for that, technically, even though everybody else right now just gets to drive on there.
Okay, thank you, Al. And I mean, that thought had actually crossed my mind on trying to think now, whose property is that where that road goes? Why couldn't you use that road? And if it's actually an illegal, it's not in the Forest Service travel management plan, maybe the road's not supposed to be there. And maybe technically you would have to get permission to even go across that one to take a gas truck up there and run a hose down to the propane tank, for instance. Jody?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Jody, you're muted.
It's great to have a lawyer muted.
Jody, you're still muted. You're muted.
You're muted.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, okay. The road as further north, it does cross the Larson family property. Let me turn the volume off, Joey. And on the portion closest to the cabin claim there, the closer's cabin, that is Forest Service property. But as you said, Steve, it's this kind of funny quandary where you have an illegal road or a road that's not on the system, but the closers would technically need to ask the Forest Service to drive on that road to get there. And that would be part of what they would do on a case-by-case basis, technically.
Steve?
Patty and George?
Yeah. George, do you have a question? I'm going to make a comment, George, if you have Okay, I want to make a comment. First of all, I want to thank Kelly for asking that section in the resolution be included as far as the county master plan and meeting all those different A through, what did we just say it was, Kelly?
H.
A through H? Yeah, I thought that was great information to be provided here. And I think with clarification as to the U.S. Forest Service language, and then in the future, any request for temporary access in the summer months be brought back to ComDev for appropriate comment if necessary. I'm okay with all of that. And just, you know, some of the points as far as backcountry cabin and, you know, Al, you did a great job designing this, but for me, I grew up in a backcountry cabin in Southern California, believe it or not. Well, on the summers and winters, but not permanent. This cabin is a really nice house. It's going to require more services, but I really believe in Emily and her husband who got to speak today, that they will be good stewards up there. I'm going to put my faith in you. I really am concerned about protecting the privacy of neighbors, which I would do on just about any application where neighbors were concerned about protecting their privacy. This was a tough one. You know, we've been back and forth, for my own mind, back for it, not for it, in the middle, and You know, I think the issues have been resolved. People do have the right for private property rights. They are building 1,000 square foot cabin that's actually very nice. I would appreciate it if you could make sure you don't have, you know, indoor light pollution at night, because that would ruin the stars in the night sky for not only yourselves, but for neighbors or anybody else in the back of the mountain there. But I think you guys will pay attention to that, and I appreciate that. So I want to see what the rest of the board has to say, but those are my comments. And again, it would be nice if it was just a low-density, small-scale backcountry cabin, but it is nicely designed, and I really encourage you to make very sure that it fits in as best as you can, which I think you guys are planning to do. Thank you, Steve.
Kelly?
Since I think Patty is moving us into commissioner comments.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
I'll go ahead and sort of work through the various requests of this application and my associated comments relevant to them. I think there are, you know, there's 7 things we have to really look at here. 6 things we have to look at here. And some of them are very straightforward. So the GMQS exemption is practically administrative in my view. It makes sense. The activity envelope and site plan review, I think, requires sort of a next level of scrutiny. And, you know, they already have that approved from what I understand from the previous approvals. You know, I think what is being asked for here is too much for me. Approving an activity envelope with a solar array and septic tank and cabin and a flattened parking area is a lot for up there. You know, not all rural and remote parcels are the same, and I think if there is a parcel that deserves the highest level of scrutiny with the highest level of sensitivity towards the protective language in the code, it is this one that sits on the lip of the Little Annie Basin, which will be seen by people, maybe not from all angles, but from very prominent angles and from use of the public. And so where I struggle is with the special review criteria and what we've heard that we are charged with looking at. And I won't go through A through H specifically, but I will pull out, you know, words like public welfare and consideration for how we define that. And injury to adjoining property owners. You know, this board has never divorced care for public lands between local and federal. And so are we injuring federal land and our stewardship responsibilities towards that? You know, we heard Al talk about the code of what's allowed in rural and remote. And yes, some limited residential development is allowable in rural and remote, but I will also look, if you'll just grant me a moment, to, you know, special review criteria E, where it reads that the intent is to conserve and protect the natural environment and resource while allowing for limited recreational use and residential development. Preserve small-scale, low-density backcountry character and lifestyle. Agreed that this application meets that. But also, what is also allowable and encouraged in rural and remote is the retention of undeveloped areas and allowing for the transfer of development rights to areas more appropriate for development. So when I look at higher sensitivity, you know, the highest sensitivity to what's in the special reviews criteria, I'm considering that. In addition to whether this is compatible with character of the surrounding area. You know, is the surrounding area the entirety of the ridge down from Castle Creek Basin up and over to, you know, the east of Aspen Caucus area, or is it more limited? And is it in harmony? I mean, there's a very specific and I think high bar words that were put into the rural remote code and special reviews language because they require, I think, a very conservative level of scrutiny, at least the way that I'm looking at all of this. So, you know, there's parts of this application that I can support, and there's just parts that I'm really struggling with. Looking at a temporary driveway, which is not a temporary driveway, it's actually intended to be an intermittent driveway. So what do we expect to see there? Do we expect to see revegetation at 11,000, 12,000 feet, and then a heavy truck trampling over it, and then revegetation at 12,000 feet, and then a heavy truck trampling over it? I struggle that actually meets the criteria that we're charged with reviewing, in addition to, an additional location for parking, separate, and, it's expanding the development even beyond just the parcel that we're looking at. So for those two special review requests, I can't say that they pass all the criteria in the special reviews code. With regards to yard setbacks, that's, if you accept a building there, if you accept a cabin there, and if you accept an activity envelope there, then the yard setbacks become, more of a relevant conversation. But, I'm just not there with this. And it's, it is with the greatest respect to the closures. It's not personal. I'm sure you're lovely people. This is just an incredibly sensitive area, in my view, of which I think, high levels of, my responsibilities here require me to look at this in a very critical way.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. That raised a couple questions in my mind for staff. What is allowed on a rural and remote parcel? There's 1,000 square foot cabin. I guess there's 160 square foot accessory building. Solar panels are allowed to be constructed on a rural and remote site. What other things are permissible, just a use by right if you are building a cabin? And I don't think they've gone outside the bounds of what we are allowed to be built on a rural and remote site. But maybe I want to just clarify that.
Yes, Steve, that's pretty much what is allowed and what you see. I think where you deviate from that is when there's a pre-existing structure, such as the lunch cabin. I'm trying to think of other structures that may be permitted, but that's really limited to that 1,000 square foot cabin and that accessory structure or storage shed and solar. Again, septic, they can have a septic tank, buried propane, all those associated improvements to serve the cabin, but that's pretty much it.
George?
Steve, I'd like to call for an executive session.
I don't know if we have the ability to do that, because we'd have to go. We do?
We do. It's all set. Yeah.
It is? How do we do it?
He sent a link.
Consulting with our attorney.
Okay.
Okay.
How do we do that?
That would be a motion to discuss this particular application with council pursuant
We
to
don't have a
CRS
Zoom link.
Elaine sent me a Zoom link.
4B.
You can sit with me.
And I need to flip an email to Andrew, who's present in the room with Kelly and Patty, to see if he can set that up. Elaine had been trying to do so earlier.
Yeah, so are you guys coming back to the public meeting, or are you guys gonna end the day on the
No, we'll come back.
Okay, cool. So I'll send out invitations to everyone and you can jump in on that call.
And will these folks remain in this room offline, or we need to go somewhere else?
We need to go somewhere else.
Yes, okay.
I can bring my laptop.
Is that,
Well, we have
okay, is
to
that
go
clear? So
upstairs.
I'm gonna let Grassroots know, we're gonna go on a break for an executive session for an undetermined
we
amount
gotta
of
call it
time.
first.
The remainder of the applicant and public that are part of the Zoom can stay in this Zoom room. The Board of County Commissioners will drop off and then rejoin when we're finished with our executive session.
So, John, we need a motion to go into exec, correct?
Yeah, George made a motion, and I restated it for him, but it needs a second and you need a vote.
Okay. What are the purposes?
purposes to discuss this application with your counsel pursuant to CRS 24-64024B.
Thank you. Steve, you're muted.
It's moved by George, seconded by Greg, to go into executive session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're going into executive session. I just want to clear, next, those of us on Zoom, do we need to close this, re-enter it when we
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, October 28th. We are reconvening after executive session. I will pass the meeting back to our chair, Steve Child, to run.
Okay, we will continue the commissioners' discussion now on the matter. Who wants to speak first here? George?
I'm sorry. Well, it seems like one of the biggest issues that concerns the commissioners is a temporary road that may become more of a permanent usage and not being able to reclaim. And so I think there's probably a way to address that. I think there's probably differing views from the different commissioners. I'll throw out my idea, and I'm sure there'll be an opposing view. But I would suggest that we approve this application with a request that's been approved by the Forest Service for a temporary driveway for construction, and then have to reclaim that driveway, that road, and not to have any further use. And so the ability to provide water, propane, and access to septic would have to be done a different way versus overland on a improved or semi-improved road.
I like that idea, George. My problem is I don't know that we can require the Forest Service, require them to do something that the Forest Service is not requiring them to do on Forest Service land. I would like to see the road completely reclaimed, and I suggested that 2 weeks ago, but the Forest Service is not requiring that. They want to leave the sort of a platform there. One option is to not allow the road at all and require that the construction be done through some other access, either over the snow, carrying stuff by person, using helicopter, or something like that.
Can I just ask John Ely, in terms of your concerned, Steve, about our ability to ask or influence the Forest Service in terms of what we would like to see regarding a reclamation?
Yes, George.
Did you hear that, John?
Yeah. I think I made this point the last meeting, is that we cannot require an applicant or a private property owner to do something on property or to perform an act that they don't have the complete control to perform or to affect. In other words, outside of their ability. So we can't say you can build this provided you get signed permission from all your neighbors or something like that. That would not be something that we can appropriately do. We can, however, interact with the Forest Service to determine if we can require the same type of revegetation or reclamation on the private property that we would require on the private property to be done on the Forest Service property. We just don't know if they're agreeable to that at this point. So we can't today say you will revegetate or reclaim a temporary road that goes on Forest Service property to this standard, to some standard, if the Forest Service doesn't agree to that. The Forest Service may very well be thinking, well, we don't want a complete reclamation because we want some sort of road base to survive, because there's going to be a permanent, although say infrequent, use of vehicles to get to the site, and they might be thinking that under their land management concepts, that it's better to leave a road base there, even though there's grass growing over it. But we can certainly work with the Forest Service. Chances are that if we have a conversation with the local ranger's office, we're going to find ourselves in quite a bit more agreement than in opposition. That's simply been our history for many, many, many years. We just don't know that now.
All right, thank you.
Steve?
Jody?
Jody, you're muted. Al, would you have Jody?
Jody, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
There you go.
Sorry about that. What's that, 0 for 2, the last 2 times I tried to talk? To add on to what John said, if you look at the decision memo from the U.S. Forest Service, and it's also quoted in Jim Stark's letter, what they talk about is, following construction, the entire temporary construction access road disturbance area would be reclaimed and revegetated to leave only a minimally graded template for future motor vehicle use, end quote. And then in Jim Stark's letter, he talks about the Forest Service recognizes that some road template will need to be left in place to comply with the Code of Federal Regulations. And he specifically quotes, I think it's 36 CFR 251, quote, secure the owner reasonable use and enjoyment of the land, end quote. So that's apparently required by the Code of Federal Regulations, and that's what the Forest Service is basing this decision on. And, that's why we request that it be consistent with that application, with that decision memo.
Steve?
Patty?
Yeah, but that being said, and I understand that, Jody, thank you, because Jim Stark's memo was really well done. We can condition the use of access once you cross onto the private property to be revegetated for no further use after the construction period. So I know that kind of leaves a road to nowhere, but we're trying to minimize the impact of the development on the Little Annie Basin. And so I think there's some creativity that needs to be involved in design of the house and the uses of the house as far as composting toilet or bringing water in. I mean, I think that there's some avenues in which we could decrease the need for a intermittent, permanent, temporary use of a template of a road. And we were getting very descriptive here. But, so I'm not sure how we can word that in conditions of approval. But I think that's important because I'm listening to fellow members of my board and to the other members of our community who are concerned about the amount of development on this parcel and the sensitivity of this site. And so we're trying to provide for private property rights, at the same time recognize the overall health, welfare, well-being of the community as a whole. So it's not an easy position to be in, but that's why we're sitting at this table. So I don't know, John, how we could word that into conditions of approval, that the Forest Service 2-year construction road would be revegetated per the Forest Service approval, but the county would only grant we could either not grant any access road once you hit the private property, or we could do a 2-year with total reclamation at the end of 2 years, and no temporary use of a road, driveway, quote unquote, access from the 2-year point on forward.
You know, in the Forest Service decision, for use of Forest Service property is consistent with what they anticipate in the scope of the application. In other words, vehicle access to the house. And so they want to provide an ability to do that. And that's the preservation of essentially a platform or a road base for future use, such that you don't have expanded degradation of Forest Service property. The profile changes depending on what we approve. So if we don't approve a house in this location, the Forest Service approval goes away. So if we don't approve a permanent road on the private property for the driveway, then that changes the aspect of the Forest Service action. So, but that's an unknown. You don't know that with finality until you can interact with the Forest Service directly and explain to them what it is that we are doing and looking at, and how we can interact with them, and tying perhaps instead of our permit to theirs, tying theirs to ours. So as far as how do you construct it, you construct it just like you said, Patty. I mean, that's language that's sufficiently clear. That's expresses a clear intent if that's the agreement of the rest of the commissioner.
So
Can you, Patty, can you just restate that, or John, just?
John, would you restate what I said that I forgot after I got up and got a drink of water?
I don't want to put words in your mouth, Patty. Go ahead and say what you want to accomplish.
That the county we have two choices. The county can either not provide any access once the temporary driveway hits the private property, or we can mandate that after the 2-year construction period, the driveway on private property is totally reclaimed and never used again in the future for any kind of temporary intermittent access.
Okay.
So we have two choices. The other thing I want to ask is, can we put a condition in here that says the Pitkin County will continue to work with the U.S. Forest Service as far as appropriate, necessary, full revegetation mitigation of the 2-year construction driveway?
Well, you don't typically put a condition in somebody's development approval that relates to our actions. You can simply direct staff to do what you want.
Okay. So I'll direct staff to do that.
All right, well, I like your, the latter explanation, Patty, so if you want to try a motion, see where it goes.
So go for it, George. Let's hear what you have.
No, there's still.
Wait, Kelly's still got some.
I'm sorry.
Well, there's also, I'm okay with that. I mean, I still think it's cleaner. For me, I don't think that the special use request for a temporary driveway passes all the conditions in the code. So I still, I will throw that out there. Patty offered that as an option. That's my preferred option. If other members of the board agree with that, great. Otherwise, you know, I can be okay with this language. We still have the manner of the special review use for the establishing a location for parking, again, which I don't think meets the language of the code. So I just want to make sure we get through all the points we need to get through before we make a motion on a resolution.
Okay, so what I hear you saying, Kelly, you're okay with the latter, suggested by Patty, which I agree with, but you still have a problem with the parking. So what do you suggest?
Well, I would pull out that section from the resolution that approves a special review use for establishing a location for parking across the road, across on the other parcel, the AM Summit. You just pull that, I would think you just pull that out of the resolution.
Can I ask for a point of clarification from Kelly? So where would they park? Because
Along
isn't
the
it that
road.
turnout at the bottom at the, just past the intersection of Midnight Mine and
Right.
Lilani's? That's kind of got to pull out on the side onto that adjacent claim? Help me. Jody?
Jody.
I guess I'm not sure I understand. You're talking about the driveway disappears. Okay, we've got to have someplace to park, and then we walk over to the property. So I guess I'm not following why you would want to get rid of both the driveway across the Tilly and the parking. It's just a parking spot next to the side of the road.
Which is the code.
So again, for me, I don't think it passes the language of the code. I think it's extra development, expanding past the parcel.
Actually, the rural and remote section of the code specifically contemplates parking adjacent roads for the purposes of reducing the impacts off of the roads.
So it meets the standard, but it can't be standard.
And there's already an established parking area there, right, Jody?
No, Patty, no, there is not today an established parking area on Richmond Hill Road there.
Oh, I know. This would be where they just
So
pull off.
there are some things that I can accept and I think we should approve without. One would be the right to build the rural and remote cabin and the accessory things there on the property. I agree with what George said earlier. This is a private property right, and I totally support that and will defend that. The problems really arise over the road construction and then going through the pinch point through the 7-foot 4-inch thing, which would be really hard to take vehicles through there without encroaching at some point on the neighbor's property. The way to get around that would be to not build the road at all and to get all the materials in through some other mechanism. I totally am okay with having the parking on, and it's actually not on Forest Service land, it's on private land that they have an easement to park there. So to me, I have no problem with that whatsoever. If the road is built in the long run, then I would want to see it never used again to haul stuff in there, or used only as the very last resort after a whole bunch of other things have been utilized, such as carrying water or propane in or running it through long hoses. The water could probably be largely collected off the rooftop and in a cistern, so I don't think the water thing is that much of a problem. They can melt snow in the wintertime also as another option, but the very last resort in my mind would be to reuse a template of a road that was left there, and the cleanest solution of all to solve all of our problems and the neighbors' large number of the neighbors' problems would be to have no road at all and just use another means of access to get the materials in, to get the thing built, and then to do the service of it over the long run is either all by foot or by helicopter or over the snow, not by driving across the Forest Service land.
So Steve?
Patty?
Yeah, all of this being said, how would we, if we were to move forward, which would be nice, how do we address then the language in the reso on page 9, number 6, where we were going to change it to the consistent language with the U.S. Forest Service approval, and the same thing that's also mentioned on page 7 of the resolution under section G, under section G or H, about the temporary road construction driveway.
So Patty, I would answer that by, and I'd be willing to compromise.
No.
To put in conditions, if the road is built and then reclaimed, and I think it could probably be reclaimed to pretty close to the way it is, although if it is bulldozed to level it out some, because it does cross the side hill, that template from a road is always going to be there. But
Steve,
they would have to, the conditions would be.
That's not my question or point. My point is, how do we address the language in the resolution? Because we were moving in the direction just to cite the specifics of the U.S. Forest Service permit, and if we deviate from that, we have to change the language on page 7 of the reso under sections either G or H, and on page 9 of the reso under 6. We need to have different language in there, so I'm just trying to address that as we're talking about it, because we can't have a motion when the language in the reso says something different. And as far as revegetation, that's a further discussion we need to direct staff to have with the U.S. Forest Service.
Patty, this is Jody. On paragraph number 6, with the direction you're going, which of course I disagree with, but you don't need any change to the language. The language as written today says what you want, which is non-motorized no summer access, basically.
Okay.
Future summer access will be limited to non-motorized transportation. Okay. So the language as it exists already is where you seem to be going.
I think we need to add regraded and revegetated.
We want to add the word regraded to that.
Well, the Forest Service decision memo says reclaimed and revegetated. I assume that means pretty much the same thing that you're suggesting.
Where are we on this?
We're on page 9 of the resolution, item number 6.
Second to last sentence.
You got it, George?
Page 6.
Within 30 days of obtaining a CO.
I got it, number 6, okay.
Steve? George, Greg, go ahead and be talking.
I just want to make sure, I don't think we can make an assumption, as Jody may have just suggested. I think regrading needs to be specified in there. If, I would think my first choice would be no road, period. Second would be total regrade and reveg, which is not, it doesn't sound like that's what the Forest Service had in mind, but I think we need to have a chat with the Forest Service.
Kelly?
Can we just suss out if there's another commissioner that supports the no road option? Because you have Greg and I.
Yeah, I don't support that, but I do support having to regrade and re-veg on the private property. Let the Forest Service know, and and I think that will resolve that issue by itself. But to have to utilize helicopters, I'm sure there's people that would be in an uproar once they heard about that, so.
Al?
Yeah, I was gonna make the same comment that George has made, that yes, you can build it with a helicopter. That's a different type of impact now that takes on, you know, neighborhoods upon neighborhoods of people who are dealing with the wop, wop, wop over the top. I think the simplest, most efficient way and environmentally friendly way to build it would be to do a temporary road there. You're gonna get it done in a shorter amount of time. You'll get in, you'll get out. It's complete and finished that way. So I think the temporary road is a super efficient way to do it, and when it's all said and done, it's all done, and you won't see the driveway in the direction you're going. So I think that's a decent compromise to accomplish the goals that you have of concerns about scarring or long-term road stuff. But it does allow it to be efficiently built, which I think has its own environmental impacts, instead of trying to do helicopters to build something, which seems pretty extreme.
So, somebody, I can't remember who now, asked if there were 3 commissioners who absolutely wouldn't accept a road, and I could accept a road with the condition that somehow the end by Richmond Ridge Road would be blocked off, so nobody goes driving down there and just make another bandit road. People would see
They'll drive around it.
a little remnants of a road and they start driving down there, and it would become a permanent road just by public driving down there. And so somehow that would need to be blocked off at the end, and that would be right adjacent to where the parking area was, where your 2 cars would be pulled onto the neighbor's property. And I would make that a condition if the road is actually, the temporary road is built. George? And then I think Patty had her hand up.
Yeah, but I'll let George go.
Well, I'm not sure. I understand where you're getting at, Steve. I'm not sure how you would accomplish that. I mean, are you going to put a fence up there, or that would not be within character?
And boulders, people just drive around. People will just drive around them.
So I mean, there are other driveways up there, and I don't think people are just driving down different driveways to different cabins. People are on the main Richmond Ridge Road as they're going back and forth. So let me just make a stab at this just to sort of see where we're at. I make a motion to approve the resolution approving the Closer Investments LLC and AM Summit 105 LLC activity envelope site plan review, special review and GMQS exemption with amendments, beginning with, let's see, clarification on, I think it was page 108, changing the name to the Hercules. I haven't got all the wording, but we could fill that in. Changing the paragraph C on page 9 to match the Forest Service, and then adding to that once that temporary access permit has expired, that within 2 years construction, that road is, at least on a private property portion, is regraded and reclaimed. And then we know from there we can just pass that information on to the Forest Service and have that conversation to see whether they would follow our suit.
Are you going to add to that?
But I don't think we can put that in a resolution.
I don't want to.
Can I
So that's
add,
my motion.
George, can I add to that on 6, that it'll be reclaimed, regraded, and will not be used for interim temporary driveway use? Let's clarify that out. The other thing is, George, in line with that, we need to clarify the language on page 5, where we talk about, under section B, second paragraph, we talk about construction access may be revegetated to minimize environmental impacts associated with the driveway. We need to clarify that revegetated to regraded to minimize environmental impacts. We need to be consistent with our verbiage. And we also need to make sure, did you also add regraded to section 6 on page 9?
I thought I did, yes. That's what
Okay.
I started.
All right, George. For further discussion, is that it, George?
That's all I have.
I'm just gonna second the motion since we have a motion out there, just for conversation.
Patty, we got a couple of different versions of words going on. I would suggest to being consistent when we're talking about post road or post driveway, that we state all three words that have been used up to this point: reclaim, regrade, and revegetate, and just have that appear throughout.
Consistently
kind of
throughout the
bouncing
document. Okay. I'll accept that to George's motion.
Kelly, Jody, I'm going to go to all the commissioners first for their reaction, then we'll get to you eventually. Kelly.
Yeah, I'm not sure that making a reference to the U.S. Forest Service decision memo in relation to our special use permit is helpful. I'm just confused about that because they have different requirements than we're setting forth here. So I think we just specify what we want for our special use permit for the temporary driveway that applies to the lands we're in control of, and the Forest Service deals with the lands that they're in control of, how they need to.
Right, and I'm not suggesting we add that into the
Okay.
resolution. I was just suggesting that once we have ours, we can then present that to the Forest Service as a further discussion, but not in the resolution.
Okay, thanks, George.
Okay, Jody, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify, I thought what George was talking about was, with regard to regrading, that is on the private property.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't being asked to regrade across U.S. Forest Service land where, John mentioned earlier, we can't be asked to do something they haven't let us do.
Correct.
That'll be
Okay.
part of a future
That's all I
discussion
was-
with the Forest Service.
Greg?
Maybe this is a John question. Can we make it implicit in our discussion, our future discussion with the Forest Service, that we do ask them to demand regrading and revegetation of the entire road? The intent is to make it disappear altogether. We don't have total control over that, but it sounds like they're waiting for us to approve, so their approval is conditional on our approval. We're trying to figure out how to dance with them. But the point of it is to make the road disappear. Can we specify that in our discussion, our request to the Forest Service, that we're making this approval based upon that we'll be requesting that from the Forest Service, so it's implicit, they understand it.
I'm not quite sure what you're saying, Greg. Are you saying that the approval that you're granting or the board would grant would be conditioned upon the Forest Service agreeing to allow a reclamation of the road? Or are you saying that post-approval, we're going to talk to the Forest Service about reclaiming the road consistent with what we're requiring?
I would ask for the former.
Okay.
I'm not supportive of conditioning this approval on a conversation we've yet to have with the Forest Service. Greg, I think by the way we're putting the wording in about the driveway access over the private property shows the Forest Service exactly what we mean as far as that driveway. And that's what we can take to our discussion to the Forest Service, because their approval is saying, well, it's contingent upon the county's approval of X, Y, and Z. So we can go back and say, this is how we approve the driveway use for the 2-year construction time frame, and then the driveway goes away after that, and ask the forest to do the same, because they would just be allowing a driveway that doesn't facilitate anything. And that's the direction we can give to staff to do.
Okay. I was going to ask, is everybody clear on all of this? Probably none of us are 100% clear.
I'm clear.
I am pretty clear.
I'm pretty clear.
Yeah, and I don't know if I was thinking earlier of adding conditions that the applicant would follow another range of means of doing the servicing. But if we are saying they can't use the road anyhow, then they're going to have to come up with other means of doing the servicing, and we don't have to actually make that as a condition.
Right.
Right, I don't think we
I
can,
was
Steve,
going to
'cause-
say that if we left it in there that they could go in and ask the Forest Service to use the template of the road in the future, then we'd have to put these conditions. But we're not wanting that access in the future on the template at all, in which case I'm good with, I think, the way the wording is. Hope that wasn't too confusing to everybody. Just thinking out loud. Okay, other thoughts by the commissioners? We have a motion and we have a second. This is our further discussion.
I call the
opportunity.
Yes.
So, all in favor of George's motion with the amendments that he laid out and Patty's addition to those amendments to approve with the conditions, say aye.
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 Kelly, yes?
Aye.
All opposed, say no, nay?
I'm coming in as a nay.
Okay. 4-1, it is approved with the amendments to the resolution.
Thank you all, thank you for your patience, please, thank you.
So, I know that this has been an ordeal for, a several-year ordeal for Emily and Mike. We did approve your thing whenever that was, 2 years ago. And now they, it came back on us, as you all understand. But thank you so much for working with us and being patient with us on, hammering out this, compromise on this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jody.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone.
You bet, Al.
Thanks, Al.
So, Commissioner.
I guess, thank you.
Wait, Emily wanted to say something.
No, I guess I'm gonna say thank you, but it's, like I'm gonna say, it's completely defeating, and the amount of money we have spent on this. Last time in the meeting, you said, why did it take 2 years to bring it back? Because we had to work and build up our account again, so it's just, I don't know if consideration was given for that at all. So, if you only want billionaires up there, continue to go down this course, but if you want real people up there, then this is it's too draining.
So one thing I was going to suggest earlier, and I'll just say it now, is Al needs to put a little funkiness into this design to make it more match more of some of the old cabins up in that vicinity. So thank you, guys. We need to move on with our meeting now. We have a couple more items that we still have to do.
We do?
So we'll see you.
Just open discussion.
What?
Just open discussion.
So we have open discussion. Are there any open discussion items, commissioners? Or let's see, we don't have John Peacock on.
My only open discussion is I'll see you guys at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
and I'm looking forward to a very easy conversation there.
Yeah, it's gonna be an easy one tomorrow, right, George? Same thing, road,
Also,
a
there
runway,
was-
what's the difference, right?
Now, John Ely, we did get the message from Elaine setting up a executive session at 5 o'clock. And I don't know if that was in reference to what we already did, or was that in reference to something we haven't done yet?
No, we're done.
We're done.
We're done, okay. I'm glad to hear that, John.
Me too.
I think if it is something pressing, we could really add that in anytime we need to then. But it sounds like it's.
No,
We already had the discussion.
I will make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All in favor of adjournment?
Thank you,
say
guys.
Aye.
Thank you, Grassroots.
Thank you all.
See
Thank
you
you,
guys in the
everyone.
morning.
Tomorrow.
Thanks, Grassroots.